Oh, this one, right, Shayla, just to confirm? Or
yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's right
Thank
here.
you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And just for notice, this event is being recorded. My name is Shayla Funk, and I'm an analyst in the Safety Policy Division. And we have a few of our team members here today. We have Arnold Sohn and David Van Dyken as analysts in the process section. We also have Steve Hain, Marty Kurtovich, and Fred Hain, and that are our senior utility engineers. And we have our supervisor, Osman, and our program manager, Ben Turner. We look forward to having discussion with all of you and hearing your feedback on our preliminary recommendations on Phase 1, Track 1. Next slide, please. So to kick off the meeting, I would like one representative from each organization to introduce themselves and their team members attending today. So let's start with the interveners. I think, oh, there you go. I thought you were on mute.
I was trying. This is Katie from Turn, and I will be the only Turn representative here today.
Hi, Eric Wojcik for UCAN. Thank you.
This is Chris Parks from Cal Advocates, and I'm here also with Miles Gordon and Anna Yang from Cal Advocates.
And this is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities.
Thank you. Are there any other interveners who would like to introduce themselves? Hearing none, I'll turn over to the IOUs for their introductions.
Hey, good morning, Shayla. This is Ken Arnold, case manager for Track 1. With me on the line today is Vincent Lowe, senior manager from Enterprise Operational Risk Management, and Elijah Devon, a principal analyst in the same group. We may have some other people on the line as well, but I think those would be the primary speakers.
This is Dan Komla from Southern California Edison. I'm also joined by Chris Vias from Enterprise Risk Management, and we will have others joining as well.
Hi, this is Josh Stewart with San Diego Gas and Electric and SoCal Gas, case manager. We also have Mason Withers with our ERM team on the line as well.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other participants who would like to introduce themselves that did not have the opportunity to?
Joseph Mitchell, MGRA.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, I think we can move on to the next slide. George, could we pull that? I'm having a hard time seeing the PowerPoint. I think it's not on the main screen. Could we please move it over to there?
My bad, Sheila. Give me 1 second. There we go.
No problem.
Apologies, everybody.
And everyone, George DeCampo is the IT support. So if you're having any technical difficulties, please message him. And thank you, George, for all the support that you've done for the technical working group meeting today. So just a little discussion about the expected outcomes and purpose of the meeting. We are here today to hear your feedback from the participants on our preliminary recommendations on Phase 1, Track 1. Given that we are not going to have written comment, we are looking to use this technical working group meeting to gain all feedback that we can before proposing our recommendations to the judge. Next slide, please. Quick overview of the upcoming events for this proceeding. And just to note, the list here is only for Track 1 and Track 2. It does not include any activities going on for Track 3. So tomorrow on May 7th, we have informal feedback due to the RASA team on PG&E's proposal on transparency guidelines. On May 11th, which is a Tuesday, it was originally May 10th, but we changed it in the Track 2 technical working group meeting on Tuesday. But we're going to have the informal written feedback on our draft proposal. And then at the end of May, there will be a ruling on our staff recommendations report for phase one, track 1 and track 2 for party comments. And then we will have party opening comments on the ruling mid to the end of June. And then we'll have party reply comments on the ruling to late June to early July. Then on August 6th, a proposed decision on track 1 and track 2 issues will come about. And then on August 26th, party opening comments on the PD. And August 31st, party reply comments on the PD. And before I continue, does anyone have any comments on what we've covered so far? Or questions?
Hi, Shayla. This is Ken from PG&E. I just had a quick question about the track 1 and track 2 comments at the end of May and then the opening comments in June. Do you guys plan to stagger kind of the release of those recommendations and the deadlines for those comments? Like they won't be directly on top of each other to allow kind of for a fair chance to develop those comments. Do you have a plan, or have you thought about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, sorry, I was gonna ask you to speak on those.
I can. Yeah, this is gonna be a recommendation report that includes both tracks for phase 1. So they're all coming out at the same time.
So it will be a consolidated report?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
This is Chris Parks. I was just curious, on the overall schedule, I believe is being driven by the proposed decision date of August 6th, I believe, which I think, if I followed it correctly, that came from a ruling from the ALJ, I believe. And I was curious, I think in the original scoping that there was a discussion that the PD would come out, I think, in 3rd and 4th quarter of this year. And then I was just curious, is there any information about this specific timeline, why August 6th is the expected date, or that's just a determination by the ALJ, or is there any additional information about that?
Yeah, this is determined by the ALJ, but the schedule is also driven by the ruling, right? Like, so there is a ruling with the recommendations that are coming out, and there's a round of comments. And from there, we go to the PD, so it takes a while.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing no other questions, I think we can continue. Next slide, please, George. So now I'm gonna go over the agenda for today, and I would like to take this opportunity to ask any of the participants if they would like to make remarks during the technical working group members remarks section. So it's broken out, today's agenda is broken out into 4 parts, and during each part, there is opportunity to speak. And so I'd like to ask now if anyone would be interested in speaking in the during the first part for the technical working group members' remarks.
Hi, Katie Morsoni will be speaking. I'll be giving general remarks on behalf of Cal Advocates, MGRA, and Protect Our Communities Foundation. And Turn.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Vincent here. Just we might have some clarifying questions we want to ask during all of these sessions that you have.
Okay, thank you.
This is Chris Parks, Cal Advocate. So we did meet with some of the other interveners, and we have kind of organized ourselves so that each intervener is going to lead a different part of each one of these parts to discuss it. There may be, if there's an interactive discussion, I think all of the interveners, as far as I'm aware, would probably want to weigh in. But I think that for the most part, we've kind of organized where one person will take each of these sections. And so as far as part one, the plan is turn, and part two, I believe it will be MGRA, and part three will be also, I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Anyway, I don't know if you need all of them right now, but we eventually would all wish to lead a different section of this schedule.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm just trying to note how, because we have roughly between like each section has a different amount of time for member remarks. And so I want to make sure that everyone who wants to make a remark has a space in the time, and we could be able to better allocate how much time people have to speak. So if I heard that correctly, turn, protect our communities, Cal Advocates, and MGRA, and there'll be a one speaker on behalf of all of you for each part. And so that's one speaking slot. Is that correct?
Correct. And with the caveat that if it's an interactive discussion, someone else may want to jump in based upon what they hear to add something else. But yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. So I have you down for all the sections, and I have PG&E down for potentially having clarifying questions. Is there anyone else for part one that would like a slot to speak?
This is Mason with SDG&E. I'm not sure I need a slot, but like Vincent, we might reserve the right to comment on others.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Shayla. It's Chris Vias with Edison, and good morning, everyone. Similarly, Edison would note that while we don't have any formal prepared remarks or formal commentary for this, we do reserve the right to speak both to answer or clarify anything that may be raised in others' remarks or presentations, and also just to if there are any questions that are asked that are directed to the utilities, to respond to those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Shayla.
So for part two, would it be the same? Does anyone have, besides the group of interveners who are presenting together, would any of the utilities or other participants like to have a slot to speak on part two?
Hi, Shayla. Chris Vias on behalf of Edison. Same position as for part one for Edison.
Okay. Thank you.
Same for us, PG&E.
Thank you. Okay, hearing nobody else for part two, part three, would anyone besides the group of interveners like a slot to speak?
Shayla, Chris Vias on behalf of Edison again, same position for part three. And at this time, I believe same position for part four. Thank you.
Excellent.
Likewise for us.
Okay, perfect. Hearing that, it sounds like how we're going to break up the technical working group member remarks is we will have the group of interveners, I believe they have a presentation, maybe have about 10 minutes to present, and open up the rest of the time after for responses or any clarifying questions to that. Does anyone have any objections to it? Hearing none, I think we can move on.
Shayla, I just wanted to make a note to you and Jorge. I sent an updated file just now with corrected slide headers.
Okay. George, were you able to receive Miles's
Or George,
PowerPoint?
sorry.
Oh yes, yes. I was able to grab it. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up, or I'll pull it up when prompted, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you received the file. They are now in order of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, I think now we can move on to part 1, and RASA team members will be giving a brief presentation on our preliminary recommendations. So next slide, please, George, and I will turn it over to Steve, I believe.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So the first topic of discussion is, there are actually 2 items of discussion on this presentation. The first one is on mitigations and controls, and the second one is on foundational elements. So to read from the scoping ruling, item number A, track 1, item number A, in the scoping ruling asks, do the terms mitigations and controls need to be defined? Should mitigations and controls be treated in the RDF using the same methodology? And item number D, which is the second part of my presentation.
Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ayat. I was looking at another screen. So item number D is how should mitigation impact or data gathering, inspections and patrols or foundational elements, technology tools be estimated or measured in the RDF? So returning back to item number A, do mitigation terms, mitigations and controls need to be defined? Should mitigations and controls be treated in the RDF using the same methodology? So the reason why this item appears on the scoping ruling is that these terms have different meanings. It seems to have different meanings across utilities. The different utilities operationalize these terms somewhat differently, especially in the term and control. And I think we should have a consistent treatment of what the terms mean so that we have a common understanding of what those terms mean. Now, the Commission adopted the definition of mitigations as a measure or activity proposed or in process designed to reduce the impact or consequences and or likelihood or probability of an event. And in the lexicon, the Commission adopted the definition of controls as a currently established measure that is modifying risk. The utilities use the terms control in various ways in their RAM applications. PG&E use a different definition of what a control is. SCE uses a different definition, and SEMPRA again uses a different definition. So obviously there is a need for some order to establish some uniformity of what those terms should mean. The different utilities opine on what is required versus not required by law and regulation. And they also opine on existing reading from this last bullet on this page here, existing baseline mitigation activities in the record year prior to the risk assessment mitigation phase filing year. In other words, I think what this is saying is the year before the GRC test year starts, up to the point of the GRC test year. Next slide, please. The settlement agreement does not mention the term controls or baseline. Baseline is a related term to controls. It comes into effect. It comes into relevance when we do RAM applications, and those terms are interrelated. The baseline basically refers to the existing level of risk at the start of the new GRC cycle, at the start of the new GRC test year. Now, the settlement agreement specifies that the risk reduction be calculated as the difference between the pre-mitigation risk score and the post-mitigation risk score. The risk span efficiency score is calculated as the difference of those risk mitigation scores divided by the cost of the mitigation measures. So all those terms have a lot of relevance that we need to have a precise definition on in order to arrive at a common understanding of what those terms mean. Especially on a definition of what is a baseline, because that affects controls, as we see on the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so the baseline, as I mentioned before, is the existing level of risk at the beginning of the new GRC test year. Now, if we don't calculate the correct baseline, there is a potential for introducing errors. There's a potential for double counting, because the utilities may have to account for additional risk mitigations that would involve additional costs and additional mitigation expenditures, and that could screw up all the risk span efficiency calculations. And let's see, next slide, please. So staff recommends that the utility should include in the baseline all actual and forecasted utility safety risks and risk reduction benefits in calculating the baseline. Now, one thing I want to talk about baseline is the reason why we need to have a correct baseline is some mitigation measures are dependent on what prior mitigation measures have been done before. For example, I'll give you an example. An example of one mitigation on gas pipelines is repairing of the coating on transmission pipelines. How effective that repair is, no, let me rephrase that. One mitigation measure is on cathodic protection on transmission pipelines. Okay, that's a method to prevent corrosion. How effective that measure is will depend on whether or not there is an intact coating on the pipe. So another mitigation measure on that transmission pipeline would be to repair the coating on the pipe. If you didn't take into account that subsequent mitigation or the prior mitigation of repairing the coating, you would have no way of knowing how effective the second mitigation of the cathodic protection is. So that's why it's important that we have in the baseline a complete consideration of things that will be implemented prior to the start of the new GRC cycle. If you don't have those correct, if you don't include all those planned for mitigations, planned for and approved mitigations, there's a potential that those risk scores would be impacted and they would be grossly wrong. And there may be instances where there would be no dependence of one mitigation on another, but there could be instances of the example that I just showed of a very great dependence of the effectiveness of one mitigation on what had been done before. So it's important, therefore, to account for all those mitigation measures as a consistent methodology, to account for all the mitigation measures that have been approved, but which have not been implemented yet prior to the GRC cycle. Those should all be included in the baseline up to the point of the start of the new GRC cycle. And I think this bullet here, and when the utilities include those baseline risk mitigation measures, they should evaluate the risk using the latest MAVF calculation function. Okay, next slide, please. And utilities should also exclude from the baseline all approved mitigations and the associated risk reduction benefits that the utilities do not plan to implement before the next GRC cycle starts. Now, the utility should also include in the baseline any risk reduction benefits or mitigations that exceed the original commission approved scope or budget. In other words, when the utilities perform the risk calculations and the risk beneficence calculations, we want to get the benefits of those things that you overspend on. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, jump one slide. Okay, so the second discussion of this topic is the item D, and that deals with how should the mitigation impact of data gathering, inspections, and patrols or foundation elements, technology tools be estimated or measured in the RDF. And SPD staff's recommendation is the utilities should exclude from the foundational activities. Now, let me define what foundational activities are. Foundational activities are things that enable the performance of risk mitigation activities, but which are not in and of themselves risk mitigation measures. They typically affect multiple risk mitigations. So our recommendation, SPD staff's recommendation, is that utilities should exclude foundational activities or programs which support mitigations but which do not directly reduce the consequences, and basically just what I said before. So those should be excluded from the baseline, not because the reason for excluding them from the baseline is there's no way to really effectively calculate what the risk reduction value is because they don't directly address the risk reduction benefits. They enable risk mitigation programs. And there's a typo on here, and I want to point out on the second bullet, and that is I think it's this. Oh, yeah, on the first recommendation. So it says utilities should exclude foundational activities or programs which support mitigations but which do not directly reduce the consequences or likelihood of risk events from the baseline. Costs, the two words costs, and it's a typo actually. I thought about this last night. That should not be included in here because we do want to include the costs. Even though there's no way to segregate out the risk reduction benefits of foundational activities, those costs should be counted towards the RSE calculations of the risk mitigation measures. That way we'll properly account for all the costs. And there's, of course, that difficulty of allocating the costs to the mitigation programs, but that's something that I'm sure the utilities can handle. So that's a little typo there. There were two words, costs, and we'll delete that from the final publication of this document. And the second recommendation is that we do not require the utilities to calculate risk reduction scores and benefits and RSE scores on foundational programs or activities. Foundational programs or activities support or enable utility mitigation programs and or improve utility operations, but do not in and of themselves directly reduce safety risk. And that's a reiteration of what I just said before. So let's see, I think that's the last slide of my presentation. Is that correct? Yeah, that's it, right. Is there any questions from parties?
Steve, I think this goes to the slides that we're going to present, but I want to maybe probe the edit that you just made a little bit because I think it impacts my thinking on the foundational issue. Mm-hmm. Is your suggestion that if a mitigation is, for lack of a better phrase, an enabling mitigation, its cost will be included in the calculation of the RSE for the mitigation that it is enabling? Like basically that the cost will be included as part of the mitigation that it is required, that it is a required part of?
Yes, that's not the total cost of the foundational elements, but the apportioned cost, the cost that the utilities somehow finds a way to apportion to that particular mitigation program. So the way that those foundational programs are defined is they affect multiple mitigation, multiple risks and multiple risk mitigations. So somehow there should be a way to apportion those costs to those multiple risks and multiple mitigation programs in order to properly account for the true cost of the mitigations. If you omit those costs from, if you omit those apportioned costs from the mitigations, then the RSE scores would be higher than they would actually be. And you would distort the rankings of the RSE pictures of the different mitigations.
Okay. Would a potential other way of solving this problem be to apportion some portion of the benefits to what may otherwise be considered foundational?
I don't know a good way of doing that, because the very nature of what a foundational element is it's difficult. They don't directly affect risk mitigation. I mean, utilities experts, please chime in to answer this question. I just don't know a good way of doing that. Let's say a foundational element is to equip every field personnel with a laptop, for example. That's a foundational element, for example. Equip field inspectors with laptops. How do you account for the actual risk reduction benefit of that? I just don't know of a good way of doing that.
Okay.
Steve, if I might jump into, I mean, I think you're right in terms of trying to allocate the risk reduction from your laptop example, but also any cost allocation, like you brought up that we would use, right, to allocate these foundational costs across different risks. That would be kind of arbitrary to start with. And then I'm also wondering whether it's will lead to the right decisions, right? Because if we're able to separate out, if we look at these in the RSEs separately, then one might make the conclusion that you could, for example, drop one program or drop another program and think of them independently, separately, when in fact this program, you can't, for example, just have the cost of your computers because you're buying a computer, right? So I'm just concerned about that that aspect about just trying to allocate the cost to the different mitigations, because when we start looking at the mitigations separately and making independent decisions about the mitigations, we will lose that interdependence. I hope I'm getting my point across.
So Vincent, this is Eric, pardon me to jump in. You can, but I think I hear Steve saying that the costs won't be, the total costs that should be included would not be included. That's what I'm hearing, in short.
I thought I heard that the cost would be included.
What I said was the apportioned costs should be included in order to properly account for the true costs to the utilities and to the ratepayers of the risk mitigation programs, because those the cost of those mitigation programs would not exist but for the fact that the utilities incurred a foundational cost that lead up to the proposed mitigations. So therefore, the true cost of the mitigation really comprises of the foundational costs and the mitigation program costs.
Steve, I guess I understand
everyone.
Your point about
Sorry,
portioning the cost.
I had another meeting before this.
Is there someone talking? Anyways, so yeah, for example, your laptop example, and the worker would take that laptop and use it for multiple mitigation activities, and then you would apportion that cost across those mitigation activities. But my question is, isn't this something synonymous to operational cost? Like, why do we need to apportion the costs? Why wouldn't be considered in a category on its own, like an operational cost sort of thing?
This is a question where I'm going to have to ask the utilities to answer, because I don't know exactly how they account for those costs.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Vincent. He asked for utilities. I was just gonna highlight something that's a follow on to this idea.
Yeah, I think this is basically the case where there's going to be, back to your laptop example, right? Let's say we take the laptop and it enables 2 mitigations, and then we're going to split the cost of the laptop between these 2 mitigations, and then we calculate the RCs, and we find one RCs much greater than the other mitigation, other RC, or one mitigation, when you calculate the RC, meets the cut line, whatever cut line is, and the other doesn't. So you would think that you could say, okay, we're going to drop the other mitigation, but you can't. Back to my example, you can't buy half a laptop. So I think these costs, like I am saying, they should correctly go into some kind of fixed cost O&M or kind of a structure that we think about. And that's, I think, we should look at it. I mean, another way you can look at it is you can look at the risk reductions for all these, which you can do already. I mean, you have the risk reductions for all the mitigations that this program is enabling, that this laptop is enabling. Take all the risk reduction across all the risks that this laptop is enabling, divide by all the costs for these mitigations, including the foundational, and then you could get, some kind of portfolio RSE for that. Look at an RSE number. I think that number makes more sense than trying to put the apportion the laptop cost across the different programs. Simply for decision-making purposes, I'm concerned that we would lead to the wrong decisions.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So this is Mason from SDG&E. Steve, we've been thinking about the exact same thing and trying to figure out how to capture those foundational. I want to give you another example of like our weather stations. Our weather stations are not only used for wildfire risk, but they're used for other distribution planning, modeling, and trying to understand the marine layer and other things. But let's just focus on wildfire for now. Let's assume that every single weather station in the system is only there to mitigate wildfire risk. Well, the way we do RSCs is that we allocate a cost to a mitigation or a risk reducing activity, right? So some of those activities might be trying to figure out which assets to harden. They might be how to do PSPS. They might be how to where to put people during wind events and who to communicate to. So weather stations by themselves do they have a cost, and to your suggestion, we would need to allocate the cost of the weather stations to every single activity that weather stations touch, for example. And I appreciate that point of view because that's exactly how we were trying to do it. But I just want to kind of give a pretty real world example of in our wildfire chapter, we might have 30, 40, 50 mitigations, and weather stations, one way or another, through their data grabbing and through the data science of trying to understand wind speeds and so forth, they might affect 30 or 40 different mitigations. So I just want to throw that out there, that that I love your idea of allocation, but when the rubber hits the road, and if to allocate weather stations to 30 different mitigations can get tricky, and that's if you're using the assumption that it's only within the wildfire risk. So I like it. I just want to carry it out further. I don't think it's ready for prime time yet, but it's a great idea. It's a great start. I want to talk about it more if we can.
Sorry, just who's the speaker? I just want to note the name of the speaker, please.
Hi, sorry, this was Mason Withers from SDG&E.
Oh, hi, thank you.
Good morning.
If I think this would maybe be a decent time to switch to the slide that the interveners had submitted, because our main talking point was actually on this foundational issue, and I had some thoughts.
Yeah, that would be perfect timing, Katie. I was just about to suggest that. So I think George is pulling up your PowerPoint now.
Yeah, if you want to go to slide 3 is where we get into this. You know, I'll go through the first couple of points as well while we're at it. But in general, we supported and liked what we saw out of the staff proposal on the definitions of mitigations and controls and how they should be treated, as well as how to set the baseline for scoring risk in the GRC. Our one, and it really was a question, and I think this discussion for turn at least has highlighted that I'm in a similar place with Mason, that I think that the idea maybe needs some more thought before it's ready for prime time, speaking only for myself. But, you know, for us, it was unclear exactly what a foundational activity was. In the definition, you have the language that if foundational activity is one that does not directly reduce consequences or likelihood of risk events. But in my view, when you look at something like weather stations, I understand that that is maybe having an impact on a lot of different programs, but I think it's hard to argue that the weather station is going to have a risk reduction impact, whether it's catching a wildfire early and containing that wildfire, or seeing that perhaps there's something going on in that area that allows you to go in and implement a mitigation. And that risk reduction impact is a little different than providing everyone with a laptop or doing a software upgrade, which, yes, those are implementing, they're both enabling, but they're kind of enabling in a different way. And so, we wanted to highlight and ensure that the process that is established for identifying what is foundational versus what is a mitigation is a decision and a decision point that's happening at the commission rather than within the utilities. And I highlighted as a potential way of doing this the line 28 in the settlement agreement, which has some general principles and characteristics that are identified for certain types of programs that will go through a certain type of process. I think a similar thing could happen here, where the commission or the technical working group could identify specific principles that identify foundational programs, potentially budgets for those mitigations, maybe not. This is all things that would happen, but we were thinking that future work could be in kind of identifying the proper characteristics of a foundational program to really set the bounds of what does not need to be scored within the ramp. So that's one proposal from us.
So it seems that based on your proposal, the way to move forward is to have some kind of TWG meeting, follow-up TWG meeting to iron out what an agreed upon foundational, what an agreed upon definition of what is a foundational element before we submit that to AOJ and the commission for adoption. Is that your preferred approach?
I think so, because I think my concern came with when I read the definition that's in the document. I was like, yeah, that's a definition of a foundational activity. Like that's the right definition. But then when I was reading the examples, you know, I didn't necessarily agree that the examples provided were things that I would say fell into that foundational definition. A software update, yes, foundational. You know, you could probably provide me with examples where I would, you know, contradict myself. But in general, a software update, yes, foundational. Buying everyone a laptop, yes, foundational. But when you look at something like SCADA or situational awareness, I think that you've moved kind of beyond just a simple enabling activity. That is something that has a mitigation impact. And so my issue wasn't necessarily with the definition, it was with the examples. So I think, yes, a working group meeting, perhaps the utilities could provide their understanding of what would be foundational as a point of discussion to move from. Identify, you know, what are the reasonable limits, and go from there.
Okay, I hear you.
Not to make it more complex, but the other issue is that you could use these foundational elements in 1 year, next year, and the next round of proposed mitigations. So this could be things that will have benefits across multiple GRCs, and yeah, the cost then will get to be tricky. And it reminds me of those programs where you provide training, right, for training for people to understand the code, the applications of codes, or you know, training for any sort of training. And without training, without people knowledge, they wouldn't be able to do what they need to do correctly. And those are foundational elements of any activity. That training would be used not in 1 year, but that the knowledge will be, you know, applied over many, many years. So how are you gonna allocate the benefits and costs from that training across many years? So I don't know if we need to make it that complex in terms, but I like the idea of continuing the discussion on this topic. We might not be able to, you know, come up with the best approach at this time, but yeah, let's continue that. But also something to consider is how we can simplify this issue instead of making it more complex, and whether it warrants a category on its own for treating such costs and benefits without having to mix them up with other mitigation measures. Okay, thanks.
This is Mason again. I totally agree with Katie. I think there's different levels, like Dante's 7 levels. I think there's different levels of foundations. And so I think we would be, I'm sorry, am I just talking over somebody? Okay. There's some pretty bad feedback here. I'll wait.
Eric, are you trying to speak, or are you inadvertently off mute?
I'm trying something to say.
I'm just gonna go ahead and mute him for now, if that's okay, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, please do.
Anyway, quickly, I agree with Katie that there's different levels of foundational, and they might have different applications within the ramps going forward. Some might be good to allocate, some might be so deep. You know, you can go as far down as like the building that we work in is very foundational. You can't work without a building, but it goes all the way up to very close to the risk that might need to be allocated to like Steve's definition. So happy to have those conversations.
Yeah, and another element of the further conversation is to discuss how, if we want to allocate those costs, how should the allocation methodology be? So that would be another discussion also.
And this is Marty Herdovich, and how likely is it that each utility will have its own definition of foundational activities?
Marty, I think it's just that concern that drove me to recommend perhaps looking at common characteristics that we can identify that would make something foundational, coming up with a common definition.
Sounds good, thanks.
Hi, good morning. This is Joseph Mitchell from Mussey Grade Road Alliance. One thing that you might want to consider when judging which activities are foundational or not is applying a scale to it, because whether something's foundational and reasonable and can be safely ignored at some level depends on its scale. So just using a couple of the examples, laptops. If you do, let's do reductio ad absurdum, just look at the extreme cases. Okay, nobody gets a laptop. Well, that negatively impacts lots of safety issues. You're safe, it's catastrophic for safety. On the other end, you could say, oh, we're going to replace our laptops twice a year with high-end Mac Pros. Okay, that's probably overspending. So I think along with any sort of foundational definition, there should be a range in which it is, a reasonable foundation. For instance, weather stations, you lose a lot if they go away on one end. On the other, if you increase the number of weather stations by a factor of 10, you're not going to increase your safety by a factor of 10. There's going to be some sort of saturation. So what is the reasonable range in which we can say, oh, okay, a certain amount of spending on this is perfectly okay, but these are the limits in which we have to keep that in order for it to be foundational and for us not to have to worry about it.
Dr. Mitchell, just wondering, wouldn't those limits be on a case-by-case basis?
I think they would really have to be. I mean, you can't make a specific judgment about, what is the reasonable number of laptops to replace? What is the reasonable number of weather stations? They don't have the same rules that go along with them. But I think you can get a value for them by saying, what if they went away? That's sort of like world of hurt type of analysis where you're saying, okay, is this important? Well, what if it wasn't there? Oh yeah, it would be really important if it wasn't there. On the other end, where is the saturation? By spending more on it, do you get more safety? Everybody's doing weather forecasting. Okay, one utility wants a $10 million data center. What does that investment look like? So I think when you're looking at specific, large changes in spending, it maybe brings something onto the radar that wasn't there before as far as foundational. But I think, in a sense, you're going to have to determine what is reasonable on a case-by-case basis. I don't see any other way around that.
I mean, I think I hate to keep going back to the line 28 example, but for each of the utilities, when we were identifying what would need to be scored within the GRC, we used budget thresholds, and we got when you look at the language of line 28, it's pretty granular on how we identify what those budget thresholds are based on the different ways that the utilities categorize work and different budget levels for each of the utilities, and I just think that is something that could be a help. Not that those would be the necessarily right ways of doing it here, but that could be a helpful guide for how we do that here.
Okay, it looks like we're going to have another TWG discussion on specifically the foundational elements topic and how to treat foundational elements costs specifically, and also any possible risk mitigation benefits that may or may not be able to derive from those foundational elements. Now, how should we approach this IET? I mean, in terms of schedule. In terms of schedule.
Yeah. This is an issue where that's why I had it like a consensus versus non-consensus bullet in the agenda, just to figure out if we can agree on certain set of recommendations, and if there are items that needs to be further worked out, like this item, we can say this is we should continue working on this, and we don't need to wait till phase 2 per se. It could be resolved by phase 2 time, but I think that also we have to ask the ALJ on that issue, particular issue. So for this item, I'm hearing like really good ideas. I just don't see where they're all like gonna converge, right? I like the idea that Katie gave an example of, like, should we be doing like criterias if costs to identify certain, I don't know, characteristics of foundational elements? Can we do categories of foundational elements, and that kind of could help also identify how we can treat them, how to look at the cost, how to look at the benefits, like Steve said. So there are multiple questions, and what would you say, like a recommendation that you would be okay with? So I'm going to ask the utilities and interveners to just state their opinion on the next steps. If we are to recommend something, would it be something like the TWG members agree that we will further discuss this topic to identify a process of to outline a process that identifies foundational elements?
Excuse me. This is Chris Villas with Edison. Thanks that was very thoughtful and appreciate it very much. I think what would be helpful is to understand, and I think I'm getting an understanding from you on this, but to understand what is the treatment going to be of these joint intervener positions that are just being presented now in these slides. Is it something for consideration by the TWG, and the idea would be it would only be carried forward to the extent that there is some agreement in this or a subsequent TWG, and I think schedule permitting, your idea of a further TWG to see if agreement can come to this after parties, you know, for example, the utilities get a chance to talk offline, and maybe even also talk to our colleagues within the joint interveners, and then see if we can make some kind of decent progress in a subsequent TWG. But I would just note that if, I don't think this is the case, but if the joint interveners positions are treated at some point by staff as they're an advocacy piece presented to the ALJ as such, then the utilities should have an opportunity to respond in writing, whether that's the a set of comments or even an equivalent slide deck that would be presented to the ALJ. I just want to make sure that there's procedural fairness here.
Sure, yeah. Just looking at the schedule wise, since we are depending on your oral statements to refine our memo. I don't think we have that bandwidth right now to have another TWG and go around, another go around of comments before the ruling. So what I'm trying to get at right now is something that you all are comfortable with. Like, it doesn't have to be a decision. It could be the next step, identifying the next steps. It doesn't have to be like we all agreed that foundational elements should be treated like X, Y, and Z, but it could be like we all agreed that we should have further discussions on this topic to clarify the process of identifying foundational elements versus mitigation measures. And that would be something that would continue to happen. We don't need to pause it till next year for phase 2. We can continue having that discussion. And perhaps even, you know, we work it with the ALJ if we reach this, a resolution sometime before she issues the PD, you know, for her consideration. So this is something that, of course, the final decision is back to the ALJ on that one. But I think there is a way to deal with it. It's just not going to make it to the ruling right now. So yeah. So what I would like to hear from you, are you okay with saying that this is something we all need to continue working on for now, and we don't have a strong position one way or another?
On behalf of SCE, I would say that I think that's very well said by you, and I think we should communicate to ALJ that, you know, we're discussing, we're working on, and there would need to be further discussion to see if agreement can be reached and what those agreements would look like. You know, I think, you know, for various parties here, it's difficult on these critical issues to agree to something substantive right in real time in a TWG, because as a matter of standards and practices, you have to go to your management or your leadership and make sure of that. And the one thing I would never want to do is represent to staff that Edison agrees to something that we don't have the power to agree with in real time in a TWG, because that's not productive for us or for you. So I would be very much in favor of however staff wishes to phrase it to ALJ, that there should be further discussion or further work in a way that works for the timeline, but that is clear that there needs to be further work to see if there is some agreement possible. And that after that agreement, then if it becomes a matter of advocacy against each other, then there should be a process for that.
Sure. Yes. The other issue before we move on to part 2 is I think interveners have some discussion on mitigations as well that they would like to cover. And
our thoughts were that it was just a statement of supporting and liking what was in the staff memo, not having any questions. I don't know that this was meant to be advocacy rather than just a document to speak from and providing our oral comments consistent with the opportunity to provide oral feedback and highlighting exactly as you put it, questions and concerns with the foundational aspect that we believe needed further discussion.
This is Chris. So I just wanted to add on. I think that as far as you know, for example, this slide, I think what we were trying to do was to respond to the suggestion to kind of identify points of consensus that we did, and that was our objective. I would say it was mainly to try and work among as quickly as we could, given the timeline, to try and figure out, okay, where are there points of consensus, and then just have some talking points, you know, that could be part of the meeting, because I think talking points can help it. One question I did want to ask about, you mentioned the next steps. So just as a reference point, when we were working in sort of like a series of meetings in PG&E's ramp with utility and interveners and with SPD staff. You know, we identified the value of actually requesting additional time for one of the areas we were in. I know that you know, PG&E was part of that ramp, and PG&E was concerned about having enough time if we delayed things in order to then implement any outcomes from that extension into its general rate case. But in the end, what happened is parties put forward a motion to request additional time to work out some additional stuff and provide some input and stuff. I don't know if that is if that would be of use in this proceeding, or if basically the August 6th deadline is pretty much that's the objective, and there would be really not really any feasible way to request an extension on that. I don't know if you have any. I just don't understand. I'm not sure if that's something that should be considered or on the table, or if really that's the goal, that's the objective, and we really should stick to that.
So just to follow up in terms of schedule, one suggestion is that SPD would go back to the ALJ with an ask, basically saying there is one topic, or maybe more. I don't know how this meeting will go, but there is a topic that we would like to further address. It might not make the ruling, that whatever we come up with might not make the ruling, certainly wouldn't make the ruling time, but it might make the PD time, right? So the PD is not till, let's go back to that, August 6th, right? So we have some time till August to work something out on further recommendations. So I don't know, that's one way, but again, the decision is up to the ALJ. We do what we can, we do our best to provide her with our best recommendations, but it's her decision whether to consider.
Thank you. This is Chris Vias with Edison, and I appreciate where you're coming from there. And, you know, just a small example of how it'd be helpful to have further dialogue and find some way to have this be where the record, there's some sort of record of exactly what each party's position is. I'll give a small example. When we look at this slide and the second bullet point, joint interveners support requiring the utilities to score all mitigations, including controls. For SCE, the word controls, it's critical to define what does that mean. Does that mean controls versus mitigations, or is controls all encompassing as including compliance controls? Because as you know, SCE has taken the position that the utility should not be required to score all compliance items, because we should not be trying to pick and choose amongst the laws, but we are very open to discussing if there is some specific set or subpart of compliance, meaning things we do to comply with law or regulation, that staff or a key stakeholder believes that we should try to score. We're open to such discussions. We've taken that position repeatedly in this. So even when I look at this slide, all mitigations, including controls, can mean very different things depending on what the word controls mean in that sub-bullet alone. And so that's why having some sort of a way that it's not just left, what did somebody say verbally, because then if it finds its way into a ruling, the party has no way of saying, but this was my actual position. This was the clarification that's needed. Just wanted to provide that just small concrete example.
Can I ask SEE a question then? I mean, that was to say that we support the language at the top of page 8. It says staff recommends consistent treatment of mitigation measures and utilities filings across various commission proceedings. Because on page 7, it says looking at the definitions, a control, if it is in process and designed to reduce the impact, consequence, and or likelihood probability of an event, is a mitigation. So those are not words that we're using any special way. We're using them as the staff report uses them. So we are saying we support the staff report. So I guess I'm hearing perhaps SEE does not.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. So that's like a thing is if the only record is including controls, Then we have a verbal saying controls means what the staff means. It'd be helpful if it's in writing that says controls means what is exactly found in pages blank to blank in the staff proposal. I'm not trying to debate this, Katie. I'm just saying that before something goes to the ALJ, as parties have either agreed to it or this is an advocacy piece and the other parties did not oppose it, we would have to have some greater clarification or opportunity for that.
I guess then I would say, I mean, are you requesting that we all have an opportunity to provide written comments on the staff memo rather than not?
I'll defer to my regulatory team on that, but I think that there needs to be a proper opportunity that if input is being given to the ALJ, that there is equivalent input to the extent that there are other stakeholders that wish to offer clarifications or to the extent that there's a disagreement. If the idea of what's brought into a TWG, when I participate in TWGs, Katie, they're not meant to be advocacy pieces. The parties come together and whatever can be agreed upon is put forward to the ALJ and assigned commissioner saying, this is what we were able to agree to. And things that we didn't agree to, they're either not results of the TWG or they are presented as, these are items that the parties wish to have a comment period on or something where we would have a chance to debate that, for the record. And so I just want to make sure that there's sort of equivalency.
My point was just that this wasn't meant as an advocacy piece, and you suggested that it is, and it was not.
Yeah. No, it's clear, Katie, that it's okay.
How it's treated. Sorry, I just want to clarify. Katie, I'm not saying that it's an advocacy piece. I'm very careful here saying each time, to the extent it is treated that way by the CPUC. I appreciate what you brought.
We're not treating it as an advocacy piece unless the interveners wanted to enter it into the record. But for now, we're treating this. We didn't even ask for any written feedback. We're asking for oral statements. So what we're saying is we would like to understand your feedback, on consensus and reach some consensus items, like you said, Chris, versus non-consensus items. So if there are topics that we are still would like to further discuss and debate, there is no time for doing that before the ruling, and then that's a done deal. We can identify those items and say, well, item A, B, and C needs more work. We need more time to have further discussions and work through the issues and come to agreement on these issues. So that's what we're trying to do here. So going back to the mitigation and controls before we move on, as presented in the staff proposal, do any parties have issues with what was presented? Are you still need to think about it? Are there agreement or disagreement on whatever was presented in the staff proposal? Oh, sorry, memo. I keep saying proposal. Staff memo.
From my conversations with the other joint interveners, we are in consensus with the staff memo on those pieces. It was our concerns were limited to the discussion of foundational activities.
Thank you, Kate.
So for PG&E, I think that what was written, as Steve pointed out, what was written had some typos in it, the cost issue. And, Steve brought up, how staff was thinking about cost. And that's something that we haven't seen in writing. And this is first time we're reacting to that. But I think that's a little bit problematic for us. So, but once again, it's not part of the original proposal. So I don't know what to do with that, you see.
No, it's okay. I think it was in the memo, that baseline cost for foundational items. So we need to go back and flash it as an issue that needs further discussion. So you're referring to that topic, right? The baseline
right. I mean,
cost for the foundational item.
Yeah, originally I think it said it should include both costs and risk reductions. So, but then subsequently, which we agree that the cost should be included, just not, and the portioning thing is a bit problematic. We have to think through that.
Yes.
But, you know, so that's,
we're in agreement.
so it's a little different from what was, I think it's a little bit different from what was written.
Yeah. Hey, Vincent, I remember reading from the PG&E 2020 RAM application. It mentions, there's a little paragraph on the foundational elements. It mentions that it basically describes the treatment of foundational elements in a way that I just described, that you don't calculate the risk mitigation benefits because there's no way to do it. But you add back in the cost of the foundational activities. It actually states in your application. So how else would you want to treat it?
I'm just saying that we do want to add the cost back in. It's just how we want to do it and apportion it to different mitigations. I think that's something you want to think about. And this time we're hearing about that part. So that's why, you know, it's hard to say, to Ayat's point about whether we agree with the proposal, because what was written in the proposal is a little different from what we're discussing right now.
Okay, and Edison, do you have any items you want to flag right now?
Yeah, thank you, Ayat. Chris Villas on behalf of Edison. And with regard to this discussion that we were just having about what does controls mean, then SE would appreciate clarification from the staff proposal. To the extent the staff proposal is encompassing compliance items when it says controls, to the extent it is encompassing items that the utility is doing because it is required by law or regulation or applicable court or regulatory authority, court decision, then the utilities, then SCE believes that would have to warrant further discussion. We do not agree with that. I've said that before, but we would appreciate the chance for further dialogue and discussion on that. And I think there's one other item that we're going to flag, and I'm going to ask Dan Kamla of our team to just speak to it. If he's on.
Hey, Chris,
yeah, go ahead.
Before Dan jumps in, I want to address a point that you just said. So the purpose of staff proposing that RSE scores be calculated for all controls, including compliance measures, is not to gauge the effectiveness of the compliance items, but rather to serve as a benchmark to gauge the proposed mitigations, to see how the proposed mitigations measure up in terms of RSEs to the controls. That's the purpose of the proposal, and it's not to make it onerous on you to differentiate the RSEs of one required elements of controls versus another required element. That's not the purpose of that proposal. I hope I make that clear.
So Steve, this is Russell Archer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, good morning. We're having trouble. Some of our subject matter experts are having trouble getting off mute. Is that something on your end that may be fixable? I had no trouble, obviously, because you can hear me, but several other people have tried.
Why don't you? Let's see. Which ones are those? The hosts can probably unmute them.
That would be
George
Dan.
might be.
No problem here.
That would be Dan Kamala specifically and Kristen Yee.
George, our host, can you unmute them?
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. I apologize. They actually are able to unmute themselves, but I could go ahead and do that. So yeah, so it looks like Dan is unmuted. So feel free to speak, Dan, if you're on.
And please unmute, this is Chris Vias with us, and please unmute Kristen Yee as well.
All right, absolutely. All right, so both are unmuted, so if they would like to speak, that would be, yeah. Kristen, Dan, any of you guys on? Apologize. Not too sure.
We can't hear them. They must be having some sort of technical issue. We'll circle back on this. We do have, I think, one more statement on this, but if we can circle back on it later, that would be very useful.
Yeah, and you know, again, agree with Russell. This is Chris Vias with Edison. Agree with Russell on that. You know, just as a very general point, and this is, you know, subject to what our subject matter experts say, but ultimately, you know, as we sort of already kind of raised and discussed, and I think reached at least some degree of consensus, we'd like to explore the item further on whether RSC costs should be allocated across in the way that that was being contemplated. And I would like to have details of what real quick. I would like to have details and follow-ups be my SMEs be a part of it, please.
Yes, absolutely. So just to summarize, Chris, if I get this correctly, for Edison compliance controls, our understanding is that you do evaluate you do record the expenditures, but don't evaluate the risk reduction or risk or RSCs of compliance activities. For those compliance controls.
Sorry, I did not mean to talk over you. I apologize. The compliance items, as we said in our 2018 ramp, we believe they are embedded in the baseline. Yeah.
But that's actually, I'm reading from your application that's what is
right.
It is included in the baseline risk, but you don't really evaluate the risk reduction or RSCs for those measures for compliance controls. However, you do calculate the risk for controls that are existing, that are not required by law. So you have two categories there. And I believe what we're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, is that we would like to calculate all baseline risks.
Well, I think it sort of breaks down into two things. What the utility has control over, meaning what the utility is doing to buy down risk, and what is the cost estimation of that when the utility has discretion to pivot one way or another. But when you're talking about a compliance item, the utility does not have discretion on a do or do not do basis, or do at a level that is compliant versus non-compliant. The utility simply has to do it. And so when we are evaluating a risk, the idea is the compliance, that is what has previously been done by those in authority that we have no discretion to, that's embedded in the baseline. And then the ramp focuses on what is it that the utility has some choice in doing, because that's what we can show the regulator is this is what we're doing where there is a choice, and there is a choice to spend or not spend, so you can evaluate us on that. I don't think that the ramp is intended to evaluate what laws are more valuable than others on RSCs. And I can refer you to the written comments. Excuse me, let me finish, please. If the written comments that we made where we outlined certain limitations here. When a law is made, the legislature, for example, has engaged in a process which may include testimony, et cetera. They have looked at a wide span of things, balanced burdens and interests and benefits, and come up with that law. The utility has a very limited perspective in being able to take in all of those parameters and arrive at an RSC that would, to SCE, be something that can be relied upon as being something comprehensive. That's just one small example. And also picking and choosing between what laws to follow, that's not what the utility does. And so we appreciate where you're coming from. And again, we're not saying we would never do it. We're saying, let's have a discussion if there are specific areas that the CPUC feels that we should be having to do it, but we do not think that a blanket score all of your compliance items is helpful, because for us, that's the baseline. That's what we start with. And then we are trying to show you, here's what we are planning to do so that you can, the CPUC can evaluate us on that basis, rather than evaluating us on, is this law more or less valuable? That is, with all due respect, for the regulator and the legal and the legislature and the executive branch to decide, not for the utility to decide.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I have to push back on this conversation that Chris is leading us down here, because nobody is suggesting that the utilities should not follow the laws that they are required to follow and that the legislature has contemplated. And everybody is already aware that prioritization of risks has been the point since 2014 when this process began. So in order to be able to prioritize risks and within the realm of what the utilities do have the discretion over, you have to be knowledgeable and be able to prioritize all those risks. So what the staff proposal is presenting is what is already the case. And my understanding of the phase one of this proceeding was that there was not intended to be some major change like what Chris is proposing. This would be a major change that's inconsistent with all of the risk-based decision-making framework decisions to date. And I don't believe that it's appropriate. I think it should be flatly rejected, and there should be some sort of major process that's undertaken if the change that Chris is suggesting is to be considered, because we need to be able to prioritize all the risks. That can be done. It's fine that many of them are required to be complied with, and nobody is suggesting that they shouldn't be. And I also think that the legislature would be problematic to take them out of the equation and to assume that if it turns up that something that they're doing is not cost effective or is extremely cost effective, I think they would want to know that. They're not just trying to make you do paperwork when they come up with laws. They're trying to have an impact, and maybe they wouldn't change a thing, but I do think that decision makers who are looking out for the public's interest are going to want to know the outcome here and what are the best mechanisms in terms of cost-effective mechanisms. So I just really have to push back on this conversation, especially in this phase of the proceeding, because this is already required.
I'd like to chime in really quick. I'm going to ask Ayad. I know we're hitting 11 o'clock and we have about 15 minutes until our first break, but if she would like to continue this discussion or finish up her summary of consensus, non-consensus items, so we could stay on track with the agenda.
Shayla,
just a second, Chris, please. So we have about 15 minutes left. Okay. Yeah, I would like to flag the issues that needs further discussions or unresolved issues at this time before we move on to the next item, which is a break, I guess, 10-minute break or so.
This is Chris Reese with Edison. I do not want to carry this forward anymore. Enough time has been spent on it. Just in 20 seconds, since there was a suggestion that what I'm stating is not compliant and represents a change, I would just respectfully note, I appreciate where Melinda is coming from, but what I have outlined is consistent with regulatory authority. It's the way we did it in the 2018 GRs and 2018 RAM, and that was approved by staff and in a final commission decision. And it is simply not inconsistent or contrary to applicable regulatory authority. And I would just note that, and I don't think we should debate that any further. If staff wishes such a debate, we can do that in another forum. Thank you.
Okay, before we wrap this up, I want to make one final comment regarding Chris's suggestion. So I want to use a counterexample to highlight my concerns. So our proposal to include RSEs for controls is so that we can benchmark, we can use that as a benchmark to gauge proposed risk mitigations. For example, a control of a compliance item would be do leak survey, let's say a leak survey once every year. Let's say that Edison utility proposes to double the leak survey frequency to twice a year. Well, I want to see how effective that is relative to the existing compliance requirement before we decide whether or not it's the proposed mitigation of going above and beyond the compliance requirement makes sense. And one way to do that is to look at the RSEs of the existing compliance item of controls. So it is very germane for us to be able to compare those RSE scores for controls against the risk mitigation proposals.
I appreciate what you're saying, Steve, and I hope we're not talking past each other, because we do score above compliance. We just don't score we score the compliance in the sense that it's embedded in the baseline. And from that baseline, which is a compliance baseline, then we score and report to you in detail on what we are doing or not doing as discretionary. So you can say, is that a good idea or is that a bad idea? You get the sum total, which is, are you getting a risk buy down or not from what the utility is choosing to do? So it is a part of it. It's just embedded in the baseline, which is what to SCE makes the most logical sense. I'm not saying we ignore it. It's just in the baseline.
I understand. If it's embedded in the baseline, the problem is we can't compare that activity of the leak survey. If it's embedded in the baseline, we can't compare that. In the example I just gave, what is the additional leak survey activity compared to the existing leak survey activity? So yeah, it's embedded in the baseline, but it's a whole basket of everything else. I can't compare the cost effectiveness of that compliance item of the leak survey.
I think following up on what Steve just said, I think the thing that's highlighting to me is that it's a loss of a hugely valuable information for purposes of comparing changes, and then also for purposes of identifying what is the best mitigation, what are the best mitigations to pursue via compliance, and are potentially the compliance regulations not requiring the most optimal way to address these risks. By understanding that, we can perhaps advocate for different and better compliance requirements that have a different and maybe less impact on ratepayers in spending. I just think it's a really important piece of information for understanding these things and moving forward.
You can fully agree, Katie, and thank you, Steve.
Are there any other items other than the issue of baseline? What should be included in the baselines?
This is Chris with Edison. I'm going to do one more sentence, and I'll leave it alone. Row 28 in the settlement agreement, the SMAP settlement agreement, says a step 3 analysis is not required for the following. Subsection C, a program that meets a compliance obligation under applicable law, regulation, including but not limited to any general orders. I won't take up any more time on this.
Thank you, Chris.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities, from D16-08-018 at page 182, finding of fact 33. Without quantifying risk reduction, no meaningful ranking, prioritization, or optimization of risk mitigations is possible, and the Commission's goals and processes set forth in D14-12-025 are compromised. Just in response to Chris, but then there is one other question I had, a clarifying question, and I think it would only apply to the SEMPRA utilities, but in the GRC, which is currently uniquely a 5-year cycle, there were many different, there was a big chunk of change, essentially, for lack of a more precise term, that was not necessarily tied to particular approvals, and oftentimes the separate utilities have been, quote unquote, imputing approvals. So I'm not sure how it'll play out in terms of when we're talking about things that have been approved. There's certain things in the staff recommendation that are tied to approvals, and I wanted to raise that as a potential issue for further discussion too.
Melinda, this is Chris Vias with Edison. Again, I appreciate where you're coming from. I believe that the decision you quoted, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's the interim decision on ramp perhaps, and that was from 2016. The settlement agreement final decision by the commission postdates that. So what was stated there does not modify the terms of the settlement agreement, which have not been modified in the way
And
that
I'm not saying that. I'm talking to a point that directly addresses the issue, and you're talking to something that is you're confusing and warping. I don't think we should continue to have this conversation. We've done this in writing back and forth in this proceeding. I was looking for it, but I couldn't remember where, but I know I've addressed it. So I think that, you just keep repeating yourself, and it's frustrating.
All right. Thank you, Melinda, and thank you, Chris. We heard both of you, and we will go back with the team and discuss this further. I just want to say, just in general, for identifying any benefits through whichever program, and I gave this example with the team because my background is more energy efficiency, and we typically look at code, right? So imagine you have a building that is not up to code. You would go into that building, make sure it is up to code before you implement your program of energy efficiency. And then you would calculate the benefits or the savings in energy from the code to whatever your programs did. You would not include in that calculation of benefits what is already required by code. That is apart from cost. Cost is something else. So the cost effectiveness is a whole other issue or a whole other calculation. I'm just talking pure term of benefits. For in our example, the benefits is risk reduction. So you go into an area which is not up to whatever code you have for that particular mitigation, and you have to do that by law. But you also have the chance, since you are in that area, to further reduce the risk by implementing a mitigation measure on top of what is required by code. So now I agree that, okay, we really don't need to calculate a risk score for something because some decision said something, but logically you would need to calculate the risk reduction to understand what is the additional value of your program on top of what is required by law. Is what required by law get you there? Do you need to apply your additional program, mitigation program? Or is it that I am there, I will get 50% more reduction in risk on top of what is required by law? So there is a whole other conversation that we can have on this issue. But to the point, the point I'm trying to make here is that I really need to identify what's in the staff proposal that you guys still need to discuss further, meaning you don't agree with, versus what you agree with. And so it's not, the idea is not that we go back and forth into arguments in this position. It's just consensus versus non-consensus item.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think you're on
We
mute,
have a
Ayat.
couple of minutes.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, I think we haven't heard from Sempra, but other than that, we heard from Edison, interveners on both issues of foundational and mitigation controls.
Hi, this is Josh there with the Semper Utilities. We don't have anything further to add right now.
Right. Thank you, Josh. Okay, maybe we go get some coffee, stretch, get a little bit of a break, then we come back, continue. Thank you all.
Yeah, let's come back at 11:25 to start part 2. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's 11:25, so I think we can jump on into part 2, which I believe Ben will be covering. So,
So, let's see. I don't know if it's the way I'm looking at it, or if everybody sees it this way, but the PowerPoint looks really small. Is there a way to make that the focus?
is it not on the main screen for you, or is it too small? Like,
it's just in the corner. It's like it's amongst every other box.
Or just change the layout then. In the
Yeah,
upper
just
right.
change the layout, Ben, to from it's probably on grid up for you. Change it to stack.
There we
That
go.
helps.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem.
Okay. So on the agenda, it has a staff presentation being 20 minutes on this, but I don't have anything remotely that extensive given the nature of our discussion on PSPS here. So it's going to be very brief, and then I look forward to hearing from the parties about it. So if you go to the next slide, please, George. So the scoping memo asks, how should public safety power shutoff events and other utility activities with high customer impacts be treated in the RDF? So as everybody knows, there's currently no guidance or methodology for how to score public safety power shutoff events relative to other mitigations in the MAVF. And as we've seen in the wildfire mitigation plans this year, there is some different methodologies being proposed and used to calculate the risks and consequences of PSPS relative to their absence in the analysis. And we're taking a look at those and looked at SDG&Es in particular with interest, given that we're going to see that in the ramp here in a few days. Prior direction in the resolution from the Wildfire Safety Division on use of RSEs in the PSPS presumed that the utilities had very low implementation costs, and the PSPS would automatically be treated really well relative to other mitigations because of the use of RSE. But as we've seen, there's work underway by the utilities to estimate those risks and consequences. So I think the presumption within that resolution is no longer up to date. So go to the next slide, please. Just as I mentioned, this year's WMPs, obviously starting estimating risks and costs of PSPSs. December will be the first ramp with PSPS costs and risks considered in it. We saw some scenario analysis in PG&Es, but it wasn't as explicit as the way Sempra has it in their wildfire mitigation plan. PSPS, we anticipate PSPSs, like as consistent with all the other discussions going on at the commission with the relative to PSPS, they should continue to be a measure of last resort. And as reflected in the staff memo, at this phase of this proceeding, we don't currently propose any new guidelines or requirements for how PSPSs are going to be handled in the MAVF. And that is the extent of our presentation. So happy to just hear from parties on that.
thanks, Ben. I think we could jump into the presentation. Some of the interveners had one for this slide or this part, so we could start with that and then maybe go into Q&A about it or anything about our recommendations.
Thanks, Sheila. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, we just have a couple slides just as talking points. So, and I'll be leading off on that. I think it'll be relatively short. So we appreciate SPD staff proposal, and this is, we appreciate actually what was really useful, I think, in the memo, the staff memo, was the summary for each of the sections, and so so in the proposal, the summary basically has these three elements. You know, it directs utilities to include assessment of public safety PSPS risks in the RAMP applications. We support that. That, you know, that the approach will be applied for the first time in the SDG&E RAMP application, and then we understand staff is not recommending specific guidance on the treatment, like you just explained, Ben, earlier. And so, and then our next slide just kind of highlights a couple of things. If we could go to the next slide. So we, you know, we met, we discussed, we support the staff proposal, the list of interveners where we had an opportunity to kind of see if we're all on the same page, if we all have some consensus on this. We, you know, we do believe the commission should require utilities to fully analyze the substantial direct and indirect impacts, you know, their safety, health, economic of PSPS when a utility elects to use PSPS to mitigate wildfire risk. And then, and just as an example, and I think we actually touched upon this back in December when we all first met at when SPD put on a workshop on this. We highlighted some things about PSPS at that time. For example, you know, the economic impact. Well, the health and safety impact. I mean, there's been some studies out there that talk about what happens when there is a power loss, and how it affects, you know, unplanned power losses when folks don't even are not aware that it's going to happen, or even if they are aware it's going to happen, there's huge impacts on the health and safety of the public. And we think that it's very appropriate for that to be analyzed, because that way the utility will then follow up with mitigation programs to mitigate those risks, to reduce their impacts, and ideally come up with infrastructure investment to ultimately make it less likely to be pull the switch. Maybe it doesn't have to be pulled if the hardening and if other mitigation programs can be implemented earlier. And the economic impact, there was a study, and we mentioned this last December, you know, looking for how has this been analyzed. There was a study presented by Dr. Wara before the federal, the feds, the Senate Energy, let's see, what was it? The Senate Energy Senate Committee, I believe it was called. And in that estimate, Dr. Wara used a cost estimator developed by Lawrence Berkeley Lab, indicating that the PSPS events that were incurred in Northern California in 2019 cost customers more than $10 billion. What we don't have is a real analysis, you know, from what would be really valuable would be for that analysis that the utilities might be able to come up with for their own situation, their own territories, to understand what these economic and full safety and health impacts are. And that way the mitigation programs can be prioritized to reduce that, and everyone can look at that in the RAMP. And then to the last point in the staff proposal would be that this will be looked at in phase 2. We concur that this would be a great priority one, because PSPS now is, you know, last PSPS events that I'm aware of were in January. It's starting to happen more often, and it has such a great, significant, not great, but a significant impact on the public. And so we believe this should be prioritized so that these mitigation programs get the attention front and center, and developing that modeling for the benefit of everyone, utilities, the interveners who can understand it and the staff who has to analyze it, I think would be of great value. So that's really it in a nutshell. That wanted to lead off on that topic. So appreciate that opportunity.
Hey, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Chris, this is Steve here. On the the estimate made by Dr. Wara during the U.S. Senate hearing, he referenced the ICE calculator interruption cost estimator calculator developed by the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And I attended a briefing presented by representatives from the team that developed the ICE calculator, and they're in the process of updating the ICE calculator 2.0. The current version is 2.0, and there are limitations on that particular calculator. Two notable limitations. The first biggest limitation is that it can only estimate direct costs of interruptions lasting no more than 24 PSPS events lasting no more than 24 hours. The second limitation is it can only estimate direct customer impact costs, but not costs upstream of that direct customer or downstream of that customer. So whatever estimate that current version of the calculator can produce is probably going to be an underestimate of the true PSPS event direct and indirect customer costs. I just want to point that out.
Yes, thank you. And I think that that's a really good point, and I'm glad that you pointed that out. I think that that is exactly the kind of stuff that would be of prime importance in the phase 2 when if this were positioned as a priority 1 item, is to understand the direct and indirect ones. And I was not aware of those limitations. So I think that that is the kind of information that needs to be considered in developing that model. Exactly the kind of information. So I appreciate that.
In 2019, the average duration of a PSPS event was 43 hours. And in 2020, I just looked it up on the internet last night. In 2020, the average duration of a PSPS event was 29 hours. So neither of those, if you look at the average, of course, there are some events are less than 24 hours, but some are more than 24 hours. If you just look at average, then the calculator may not be as applicable as one would like them to be, at least in its current version.
Thank you. And I think that on that note, in developing the guidance in phase 2, I think that the average is one way of looking at and considering PSPS impacts. I think that the tails of those numbers are also really important, because I think, like you were saying, the ICE calculator, if that were limited to only 24 hours, that's not capturing the impacts when things get to be beyond 24 hours, when, with the impacts being perhaps, you get to a point where some people are using power to supply their own water. Utility infrastructure uses power to supply water. I think there were reports about it had some of the PSPS events lasted longer. They were getting to the edge where I think there was a report, an after event report from a utility that they were going to run out of water if it lasted any longer or something like that, and as part of their pumping infrastructure. But there's also, cell towers. Cell towers are providing communication. They have backup power. I don't know how long those last. So the tail ends of not just looking at the average of PSPS events, but looking at granularity of understanding, well, what about if it extends beyond this value or extends beyond that number? The impacts, I think, will will need to be assessed at those different levels to really understand the overall impacts. And I think that that would be ripe for this analysis in phase 2. So those are good points. Thank you.
This is Eric Wojcik of UCAN. Just to jump in real quick and say thank you for all those comments, and I agree with all of them. I worked a lot on outage costs, and for many years with the outage cost studies that were originally required by all the utilities to be updated on a more routine basis. I do also agree that if we could get outage cost analysis that would be specific to the impacts of PSPS, that would be important. The 24-hour point is really important. The notice point is really important. The tails are really important. People at different segments have very different outage costs. And in any event, it's a very large number, and it needs to be defined more carefully. Thanks.
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade. I think we want to highlight here the last point, because that's the place where the intervener positions deviate a little from the staff proposal. The staff proposal was let the utilities develop this in their ramps. What the interveners are saying is, we're not done with this. This needs to have guardrails around it. The utilities need to be given some guidance on how to do these analyses. We've had a test drive of it already in the PG&E ramp. Some of the interveners asked for information regarding PSPS harms, and the results were not, satisfactory to the interveners, and no aspersions on PG&E for that. A lot of times, like with traffic accidents and so forth, this is data that's just not being collected. And in the 1 month that approximately, or 1 to 2 months that we have to actually do the data requests and the sensitivity analyses with the utilities, there really isn't sufficient time to delve into these models sufficiently. And just one thing we've brought up repeatedly in our filings is that there is just a counter incentive here. We're asking utilities, hey, tell us all the terrible ways you're harming your customers, and be accurate and complete on that. I don't think that's fair to them, and it's not going to be fair to us when they come back with the results. I think they'll do what is on the paper and we're asking them to do, but we're not asking them to do anything specifically yet. And I think exactly what pieces need to be in that is they're going to be the ICE 2.0 model that's a baseline. Is some other model going to be the baseline? If every utility goes and invents it itself, it's a huge burden for interveners and staff to come up to speed on what they're doing, number one. And number two, if we don't agree with it and want to do an alternative model, well, then that's a huge pull to develop an alternative model and then have to go fight on that in a GRC and an evidentiary hearing and support that. That's going to be ugly. If we have some guidelines for how PSPS harms are calculated that can be applied consistently across utilities, I think it'll benefit everybody.
Thanks for that, Dr. Mitchell. Yeah, I don't think we just said, I think we should let the IOUs figure it out, but we do think we have a lot of opportunity to learn from some experimentation, and this was in the scoping memo as a phase 1 item, and we got the wildfire mitigation plans in now, and we saw reply comments. It sounds like most of the review of the WMPs is going to be pushed off till they become, the final reviews is going to be when they go to OEIS, but we'll get to see, fortunately, SDG&Es either, I think Caroline told me it's going to be either the end of this month or the end or early June. So we're going to learn from this process, and I totally agree that we need to have some kind of basic, like I think guardrails is an appropriate term for how these things get calculated.
Ben, if you could expand on that a little bit, you did mention in your proposal San Diego's ramp filing, and then also we have the phase 2 here. Are there anything in between intermediate steps you're thinking of in between to, you know, bring us to the phase 2?
For now, you know, I think there's going to be a robust discussion when we review the sample ramp about the various elements of it. We're going to have staff's going to read it, and we're going to do some workshops on it, and we'll see what they produce. We'll see what Wildfire Safety Division does in terms of evaluating the various ways that IOUs have estimated the risks and impacts. So I think there's just naturally outside of this specific proceeding, there's a lot of knowledge to be gained from just work that's being done currently. So I didn't, if folks in the technical working group want to have other meetings to it's kind of refine a proposal between now and when we start working in phase 2, we'd be open to that. But right now, what I've personally been doing and what staff have been doing is just reviewing the work that's being done currently to develop more of an opinion about this subject matter.
Ben, this is Russell Archer from Southern California Edison. Yeah, we agree with that. First of all, we support the staff proposal as well. And there's a lot of lessons learned going on with PSPS right now in several different spaces, right? There will be some from the Sempra ramp. There will be some from the ongoing PSPS specific OIR. You know, like you said, at least 2 of the utilities WMPs will likely be finally adjudicated, not in the near term, but rather several months out. And so I think that we'll learn a lot more. And so putting this off to phase 2 seems, as the staff proposes, seems appropriate.
This is Miles from Cal Advocates. I have a point of hint about the language that's in the staff memo currently. To my knowledge, in the section on treatment of public safety power shutoff events in the RDF, it doesn't actually explicitly say that it will be addressed in phase 2. At the bottom, it says, as such, any specific guidance on treatment of modeling of PSPS would require substantive revisions to the RDF, which are more appropriate to consider at a later time. And I think just from our position, we would like to see it explicitly say in phase 2, and I think we're all in agreement there.
Yeah, I think we said that, like, you're right, it's not explicit in there. I think one of the things we said was given the modeling of PSPS risk and impacts is rapidly evolving, staff declines to recommend specific guidance on treatment of or modeling of PSPS in this phase of the RDF proceeding. And I guess we didn't explicitly say that it needs to be further looked at in phase 2, but I think, you know, further developing guidelines and rules for this, and I don't know how it gets difficult to predict how explicit or how specific they're going to be at this point, but I think it's certainly, I mean, I'm fine with committing to further discussing this and trying to develop some guidelines in phase 2. Are there other comments or thoughts on this item?
Not hearing any. I think maybe if Aya would like to go over a summary of consensus, non-consensus items.
My job is easy this time. Everyone is in consensus. We're gonna carry on the discussion to phase 2 from what I'm hearing. Is that correct? I heard MGRA, Dr. Mitchell, saying that he has an interest in carrying on some discussions, maybe in between through TWG, to have some framework or guidelines.
I was talking more about phase two. I think that's
okay.
I think we all agree with the staff proposal that there's a lot of things in the air right now regarding PSPS, and we should learn as much as possible as we're teeing up for phase two.
So yeah, next year we're gonna rehash this issue.
If I can, excuse me, I'm sorry. If I can, Mr. Wojcik, just throw out a couple of thoughts on this. The outage cost literature is very deep, actually. There's a lot of really good experts, and Michael Sullivan is one that's just a national expert who's the source of all the LBL analysis. The utilities previously did pretty detailed and quite extensive outage cost analysis. And I think if there was a working group that could help steer that with the utilities, that there's going to be a pretty natural set of agreements on how we would proceed to recharacterize this for PSPS. So I think it's a very doable task, and it would a joint group to do that is my recommendation. And we would need obviously utility cooperation to want to fund that, but it would look like the previous extensive outage cost analyses that all the utilities used to do back starting when I was an advisor in 83, 85, but it was done until probably 5 years ago. So anyway, I think we can absolutely crack that one and do a good job of it if we just get a working group that would help steer the experts. Thank you.
This is Chris. So I would actually be I think it would be very useful to have a TWG dedicated to this subject. I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce the acronym. It's the one I've used, TWG, I should say. But if I call it a TWG, I think that having a TWG, and it could also maybe, if not, I think it could incorporate what Eric just was alluding to, or maybe it could be help to guide what Eric was alluding to. I'm not quite, I think there could be more. In fact, that would be a great forum in order to discuss what Eric was just, I think, mentioning from my understanding of it anyway. But I would say that the TWG, I think there would be value in implementing that now. I think that it doesn't have to be considered a phase one versus a phase two. It's a TWG. And I think to kick that off, in fact, sooner than later, because I think there will be a lot to learn from that. I think that to have that infrastructure in place, and if that were supported by, commission staff, SPD, to kind of help lead that, or to whatever extent, parties can help support that. I think that there would be a lot of value in that. And just because we might be starting, I've been sharing the weather reports and the wind reports and the temperature reports even now, I mean, in early May. And I'm just waiting for someone to say, okay, we're going to have a PSPS event. And so I think to start addressing that now, I don't see why it shouldn't or couldn't begin now. And I don't think that it has to be categorized as a phase one or a phase two. So I would just, based upon what everyone was just expressing, I know it wasn't on the topic for explicit about the agenda, but I do think that implementing that TWG now would be, we very much appreciate that opportunity to kind of move things and expedite things along.
Thanks, Chris. Any feedback from utilities on this idea?
This is Russell Archer from Edison. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, which is I think that we're going to learn a lot of new information over the coming months that would be very informative and instructive to having constructive dialogue starting next year. That being said, I don't think we're opposed to beginning discussions now. I wouldn't want to put a lot of collective time and effort into those discussions until we have the additional information that we all know is coming. And that's why our position was that it makes sense to do it in phase 2 and to make it a priority 1 item in phase 2 makes sense as shown here on the screen by the intervener's proposal. We all agree this is very important, but we should do it with the most robust set of information as reasonably possible.
I want to say PG&E also agrees with that. And just as a side note, joking, the term twig is not that, doesn't really resound with us. Twig, TWG is good. Twig, not so much, but it's just whatever.
I agree with Vincent on TWG, no twigs.
I would support TWG. and just in response to what Russell was just alluding to, I do think if the TWG were in place, it will be the place for that additional data to come to be fed into. Having the TWG in place already with because I think there's a lot to be discussed just on maybe how to use the information, what information will be coming forward, but also what information should be gathered now. No need to wait for some of this information to come in. I think that there's identifying the tools and how to do that can begin now. In fact, I don't know that there's any reason why it should be delayed. So I would support implementing it. Actually, I would say yesterday, but so I would just respond that I do think that making the TWG a priority would be very helpful and would hope that could happen sooner.
Thanks, Chris. Edison, we heard from PG&E. Sempra.
Hi, it's Josh Stewart with Sempra. We agree with what has been said so far. We look forward to the technical working group.
You're okay with it to start earlier than phase 2?
Yes, if it could be closer to the end of this month, that'd be great.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, with this we have, so the action item is prioritize PSPS for phase 2 and start discussion earlier. Going back to our timeline. Okay, let's see. So we have the ramp coming up in mid-May, ruling coming up in the May. Then there will be rounds of comments, I guess, till early July. So are you guys thinking of this topic to be, we start the discussion like in June or so?
Yes, June.
Okay.
That works for Sempra.
I'd just like to note that PG&E will be, I think, very busy with our GRC in June. So to the extent that it's kind of administrative and we're setting up the tools and starting the conversation, that's great. But I think we're all busy. I think there's track 2 things that'll happen in June. So I'm just trying to give that feedback and outlook. Like there's a lot going on. So start in June, but hopefully baby steps.
I would. This is Katie from Turn. I agree with Ken. I think we can get started, but there is a lot going on in June.
Yeah, so we want to be respectful of everyone's busy schedule. So we don't want to schedule meetings just for the sake of meetings. So if we are to start, it would be good to think about what would be a good starting date for the PSPS groups. Mind you, we also have another group that is on the foundational elements. That is priority for our phase one now. And so we might want to keep thinking about it till the end of the meeting, and we come back to revisit the priorities of when to start what. I think we're good with this item for now.
Okay, well, our next item is lunch, so we're a half an hour ahead of schedule. Would we like to take a full hour for lunch or meet back at 12:30-ish?
I would say let's do a half an hour if it's okay with everyone, so to keep on plugging. Maybe we will finish earlier than we're thinking. Is that okay with everyone?
This is Ken. I think that's okay with us. I would just say, George, if you could unmute Vincent, I think he had to drop and reconnect and so anyway, yes, I think for PG, I think we're fine with the half hour lunch.
Oh, hi, Ken. So I
Awesome.
went ahead and brought up Vincent. So if he'd like to speak, just he should be able to unmute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, let's meet back at 12:32 and then we'll start part 3. Okay, it's 12:32. We'll wait maybe 1 or 2 more minutes just to make sure everyone gets back from lunch. All right, it's 12:34. I think we can get started. So we're moving on to part 3, and we'll kick it off with Arnold Son giving a brief overview of our recommendations.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Next slide, please, George. Okay. So the scoping memo issue that we're discussing right now is should the commission identify any guiding principles, best practices, aspirational characteristics, and/or minimum requirements for developing an RDF MAVF? And so, as you guys already know, the MAVF isn't prescriptive as laid out in the settlement agreement. As long as IOUs build their MAVF based on a set of 6 principles outlined in the settlement agreement. And the obvious benefit here is that as risks change, IOUs have the flexibility to adjust their MAVF with that changing risk. And also, as their understanding of the risk changes, again, they have that same flexibility. Next slide, please. Where that runs into a bit of a problem is a risk like the wildfire risk that's really, in a lot of ways, different from other risks. There's a non-normal distribution. A few incidents of large wildfires make up an extreme and vast and disproportionate share of the consequences, as you guys already know. So, and that's what we often speak to as a fat tail in the case of the probability distribution. So during the workshop in December 2020, addressing these track 1 issues, we came up with essentially 3-pronged problem statement. Is the current approach used by utilities to model wildfire risk appropriate? Is the power law probability distribution more appropriate to model wildfire risk? And if so, should the use of power law probability distribution be required to model wildfire risk? Next slide, please. So on February 3rd of this year, we held our first technical working group meeting, and Dr. Joe Mitchell was kind enough to present his white paper on the appropriateness of using power law distribution on modeling wildfire risk. I think most of the participants or attendees here today were also in that meeting as well. And so there was a lot of feedback from different groups. I think it was a good back and forth, and I think most of the discussion really centered around parameter estimation, and no consensus was reached by the end of that meeting as to how we were going to answer those 3 problem statements you saw on the previous slide. But we did ask for written informal feedback, and everyone submitted, or party submitted feedback about 2 weeks later or so. And again, there wasn't a lot of there wasn't consensus necessarily reached, but if I can just quickly, I'll try to summarize some of the points here. Obviously, MGRA is supportive of using power law probability distribution. Cal Advocates at that time was also supportive of its use. The IOUs were more or less, and I fully admit that your opinion or your thoughts on this may have changed since then. But the IOUs were generally curious about its usage and wanted to have further discussions through TWGs and other types of meetings to fully flesh it out. Again, a lot of it was around parameter estimation. SEMPRA in particular said they were going to go with a different approach for their 2021 ramp, and SCE may or may not have had a different approach as well. PG&E obviously submitted their ramp application in 2020, so they used a different method altogether, and I think that's where we heard the initial protests from MGRA about the appropriateness of their model at that time on wildfire risk. As for the other interveners, TURN, I believe TURN and UCAN also had some doubts about the usage of parallel probability distribution, again, mostly around parameter estimation. Next slide, please. So ultimately, the staff is recommending that the commission direct the utilities to explore the use of power law functions to model wildfire risk. It doesn't mean that they currently have to do that. Obviously, this PG&E has already submitted theirs, like I said. SEMPRA's essentially already submitted theirs, and SCE is the one lone IOU that has to still submit their ramp filing. But ultimately, we're just asking utilities for now to consider the use of power law, explore its use, and if they go with a different approach, carefully explain why that approach it works for modeling wildfire risk and is sufficient. Our concern, obviously, is that we're also underestimating the impacts of wildfire risk if we use an approach that may or may not capture those extreme events as if within sort of the range of probable consequences. And furthermore, the other recommendation staff came up with was to discuss and develop the RDF MAVF approach in phase 2 of this proceeding, where it seems to be more appropriately belong as a matter of decision making. And I think that's it for this section.
Hey, Arnold, this is Brian Landry from Edison. So we would like to just make some comments about this. So we realize that, the way we had to respond to the previous workshop was through informal comments, but we note that, the white paper wasn't submitted in formal testimony. It wasn't under oath, and we haven't had time to rebut any points there specifically. So I think, from Edison's perspective, we simply have a problem with being directed to do this without even having some exploration of what this would look like. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Vias with Edison. Just to augment a little bit what Brian Landry just said, we'd also note, as we'd said in the informal comments, that in contrast to an approach that has not been vetted, tested in CPUC proceedings, has not been subject to discovery, is not provided under oath, and subject to examination. When you look at the pathway that we currently have, that has been regularly tested and examined by parties in CPUC proceedings. So in a sense, it's been vetted, and would just like to point out that contrast, that to say that apply the power law functions would be taking something that is untested and untried and pushing it forward in favor of items that have been rigorously examined by stakeholders, including the commission itself. Thank you.
Hi, this is Vincent at PG&E, and just wanted to point out some other additional things too, right? First, I wanted to clarify whether you consider truncated power law functions as, in the family of power law distributions. Just want to make that just want to get a crystal clear answer on that. And then number two, I think to Chris's points, right? I think even in Dr. Mitchell's presentation, the work on truncated power law distributions is still ongoing. And so there's still some technical issues that, we have not encountered yet, but we might well encounter. I think we need to be really cognizant that these things could happen. So having a direct mandate is direct utilities challenging on that front for the reasons that we don't know what we don't know.
Hey,
And just
Joe,
go ahead,
maybe.
Steve.
Hey, Joe, maybe we would welcome your opinion on whether or not a truncated power law function would be, in your opinion, considered a valid form of power law function also.
Yes, and I think in the presentation I'll be showing in a few minutes, what I state about the power law function is that it is a good fit over a wide range of data. And where it will deviate is when you get up to the landscape scales and everything burns that can burn, and then you start to get the deviations from power law distributions. Exactly where that is still needs further investigation. So yes, I would consider it part of that power law consideration.
I think it would maybe then be a good time for you to start your presentation.
Okay.
Joe,
Yes, I think that is correct. Yeah, we're on the correct page. Yes, I think we can. Yeah, so here we've summarized the SPD staff proposal. Arnold did that very well, so I don't think I need to repeat. We can go to the next slide, which is the interveners. We have all met. Well, not everybody, but TURN and Cal Advocates and PCF have met. So can we go to page 7 then? So the position that we were able to come to consensus on as the four groups is that we support the staff proposal. I think important to note is that the staff proposal is talking about further discussion on implementation in phase 2, so that this is not something that is prescriptive and set in stone and must go forward immediately without any sort of further vetting, as SE pointed out. The whole purpose of our choosing a function here is to make sure that we're getting the correct loss behavior and therefore calculating correct risk up in the high end of losses. Risk models should track real-world historical data and also theoretical loss models to the extent you're using theoretical distributions to track them. They should jibe with physical reality in some way. What we know about wildfire losses is that they're dominated by extreme events. This has been amply demonstrated by numerous researchers who have demonstrated that most of the area burned, the structures destroyed, and so forth are being driven by a few extreme events. And when you try to fit that with a distribution. The distribution that fits it the best is a power law, and that's not only from a phenomenological standpoint, but also from a theoretical standpoint, the way that wildfires develop. This falls into a class of events that certain accumulation loss phenomenon like earthquakes or avalanches fall into this model. And this is what I talked about in the original white paper and in the original presentation. And I won't go into a lot of technical detail because we don't have time, but basically, we know that power laws do a fairly good job of modeling out at the higher ends, which other models tend to fail to do. Now, is it the only way to handle this? No, there are other ways that you can handle this, but you need to be able to demonstrate that whatever you're doing is pretty much equivalent to the results you'd get from a power law model at the high end. So I think that would be the ask going forward is, okay, it's, yeah, sure, flexibility and creativity are welcome here, but let's make sure that we're actually fitting what we expect the data to go, the way we expect the data to go in the high end. An important consideration here is that what this means is that you do not cap maximum losses, except as per a truncated power law. So any sort of cap you put on there should be based on physical limitations, but not on historical data. Extrapolate using previously observed historical maximum to predict your future maximum with a power law distribution is always going to, or well, may give you an overestimate. And I think that's what we want to make sure is properly addressed here with any other alternative approach to this. This is something we raised, MGRA raised also, just as ourselves in the wildfire mitigation plans. All utilities are now using fire spread models that have sort of a cap on their maximum size, or because they're running for a limited length of time, that may affect their overall losses and also locations. That's kind of a different problem from what we're looking at now, but related. So that's something that we just need to be aware of and sensitive to as we explore this further. And MGRA agrees that this should undergo further discussion with regard to whether other utility models are vetted. Yes, every single GRC has been vetted, and ever since utilities have been doing risk modeling, they have been vetted through CPUC proceedings. But I don't think any GRCs or ramps have been vetted through this lens before, and I don't know that their potential for maximum loss has been properly analyzed. We weren't involved in SCE's most recent GRC, so I'm not sure what Edison has done there, but we have raised concerns in earlier SMAPs and in ramp proceedings that we have to be very careful with how we set the caps on the loss functions, because they, with this type of distribution, can be much bigger at the high, have much larger contributions at the high end. So that's about what that's our slide, and welcome questions.
Yes, so thank you for that, Dr. Mitchell. This is Brian Landry from Edison. So I just have one question, I guess, to staff. So I know we're supposed to use expected values for RSEs. How would sort of that work if we're not capping the values here based on something that we've seen historically? In other words, it seems like there may be a disconnect between our RSE calculations, which are required to use expected value, if we were to go beyond certain observable historical events, and sort of the outcomes using this process or this methodology?
Well, the expected value is based on the simulation of whatever power law function you come up with. A truncated, be it a truncated power law function or a non-truncated power law function, you run those simulations and it will spit out the expected value. Isn't that how you do that?
So this is Gary from SC. I'm kind of confused. I mean, the expected value is just the mean of a distribution parameter. So why would you even need to simulate if you already have the mean?
Yeah, if you can calculate analytically, by all means.
I think one approach, one problem with the simulation approach I can think of, if the mean is truly undefined or infinity, then, depending on the simulation, I think you can get a whole range of means, right? It's not going to be stable because it's not really defined. So, while you can practically get a number, the next 10,000 trials you run or whatever, you could get a completely different number that has no relation to the first number, much higher, could be much lower, could be. So I think the question is valid, and that's why I think the truncated power law distribution is something we have to think about.
Yeah, I think once it's truncated, though, then your divergence in the mean doesn't exist at that point. It means you have to understand what that truncation point is and have a good physical argument for saying, we don't expect million-acre fires, okay, or whatever that number is. But then your fit would go up to that, and that truncation point will drive where your mean is for the power law distribution. So it does have an effect. Yes.
Dr. Mitchell, this is Dr. Wojcik, to be silly. The concern that we raised as UCAN was that it is exactly this problem of truncation and moving the mean. And part of the problem is my observed behavior of the firefighters. I'm in Lake County right now. I mean, the road where the huge fires that occurred are within just 10 or 15 miles of me. And the firefighting was so adept at finding the places where they could backfire and do things. So here you have a very large fire, very big scale. No previous mitigation like this had ever been done at this scale. And you get a result that is really, I don't think, could fit into, and if you could even predefine that it should be fit by a power law function or a truncated power law function, how would you do it? And I'm just concerned that we're asking a question that then ignores the specifics of the modeling that should be done. If I was trying to do the modeling, I'd want to make sure I could integrate what the firefighters did, which was to save a tremendous amount of properties that were all at extreme risk without them. And then the properties that are at the farthest distances in roads and or so far up in the hills or mountains that they couldn't be, there was no mitigation possible. Then of course you go to air. Well, then the air mitigation is a second level that so much conditions the outcome. It just looks untenable to me.
Yeah, regarding firefighting, I think I can't remember the paper, but there have been some studies on the effects. And basically, once you get into the catastrophic domain sufficiently, and you're getting weather-driven events, which is what primarily are driving our extreme events in California rather than fuel-driven, the firefighting during the time of explosive fire growth tends not to be effective. It's defensive. Firefighters will retreat to defensible neighborhoods or just get out of the way.
In these occasions I'm talking to you about, they were extremely effective. They could proceed. They could do mitigations, and they did. So yeah. When do you say when that's possible and when it's not? So yeah, I understand the extreme situation, and you keep saying that the high end of losses. Well, the hand losses is a fire that firefighters don't even get out of their, their stations. No planes go in the air. I guess in the very extreme. But what I'm saying is that there's such a spectrum of difference in behavior on that, in the speed and the pace of fires, when they cover large places where there's no real loss of major note to life or material value except for the loss of biota. And then you come to these places where there is major loss potential, and it's very much mitigated, or it's not. And
exactly. So I have an issue.
Again, it just seems completely untenable that you can model that with power law.
That's right. I actually disagree with that statement, Dr. Mitchell, that most of the giant fires we've seen have been wind-driven fires. In fact, last year we had multi-million acre fires that were fuel-driven fires. And to Dr. Wolchek's point, they were really unmitigated to a large extent because firefighters didn't have the capacity to do so.
Okay, but I think what Eric was saying, that the firefighters, that what he observed in the lake fire was some effective mitigation. Now, I think sort of there's two ways to approach this. One is on the theoretical modeling side, and the other is extrapolation via fits to existing historical data. I think the evidence for power law distributions is very well established on the fits to historical data. When we look at historical data, we see that power law function, and that includes any effect from firefighting. That's all baked in there. So that shows you a power law distribution. What you're doing that's different here is extrapolating a little bit further out on the curve and trying to figure out where that goes, because that's your future losses, not your past losses. Now, where I think there are some risks of not properly taking into account firefighting is when you're doing fire spread simulations, such as what the TechnoSilva models that all the utilities are now using are using for finding out where their risk, their highest risk circuits are. There is a concern there that those models, they don't know how to put firefighting into them effectively. And so these are fire spread without firefighting. And what does that actually mean? So that's a legitimate concern if that's how you're doing your modeling. If you're extrapolating just to find out what your fire size distribution is, that actually incorporates historical firefighting successes and failures.
Could I just interrupt? This is Arnold. So I just wanted to bring it back to the proposals and the staff memo here, where we're recommending for the IOUs, you don't have to use power law, but we expect you to at least consider it. And if you go with your current approach, to carefully lay out your reasoning and things you probably would have already done, considering your methodology, and laying out sort of the steps for developing your model. So we are not, sorry.
I'm sorry if I interrupted. Just a question, actually, really for Turn, actually. Dr. Mitchell considers the truncated power distributions to be in the family of power distributions. And so I'm just wondering, Kathy, is that Turn's position as well? I know that Turn in their comments had made some statements about truncated power law distributions. So I want to get some clarity on that.
I'm going to refer you to Turn's informal comments on the power law that were submitted earlier this year. I don't have consultants here to discuss this separately, but to the extent that the staff proposal was saying that we need to address the fact that things like wildfires seem to be getting worse, and this is a way of doing that with an opportunity to continue working on addressing our concerns and giving the utilities an alternative to using the power law if they didn't think it was the right fit, but they had something that provided equivalent sort of characteristics, we agree with the staff memo. When it comes to the details of how it operates, I would have to refer you to our consultants who are not here today.
Excuse me, this is Chris Vias. Sorry, can I get a word in here, please? This is Chris Vias with Edison, and appreciate the discussion here. I'd just like to perhaps better understand. I understand that this is not dictating, but it's saying that the utility needs to explain why it chose an alternative approach. And it strikes me that there's a bit of a lack of symmetry, because the approach, it has not been tested, as I mentioned before. And when the utility is doing its ramp, there isn't a requirement that the utility has to go and look at things in the field and explain why it did not use those things, to the extent they have not, had some testing that shows that they're the right approach for ramp. So I just think the language would have to be very careful about what the utilities need to do, because it's the utility's burden of proof, and to say why it is that I'm not using a given approach, when the right thing would have been to have a record built so that the approach would have been tested, so that there would be an evidentiary basis to either not have the proposal in the first place, that the utilities must explain why they don't use it, or that the utility will have something to cite to from a CPUC proceeding that serves as the evidentiary basis for why it did not choose it.
This is Russell Archer from Edison. I'd like to echo Chris's points. The way that the staff proposal is written here is almost that the power law mechanism should be the default, and that the utility should have to then explain why it didn't use it. I would posit that the reverse should be true. That given that this is completely untested, if utility chooses to use it, they better have a good explanation for why.
I have a quick question for Edison. So to the point of Dr. Mitchell made, how do you currently treat the events like wildfires in your models?
Yeah, so this is Brian Landry from Edison. So I think in perspective here, maybe everyone's talking past each other. There's 2 fire seasons in California. I think everyone's aware of that. There's a summer-driven fuel fire season, and then there's a winter-driven wind fire season. So the types that you can have utility ignitions across both spectrums of those fire seasons. And if you were to count up all ignitions, both utility and non-utility caused, which is what I think Dr. Mitchell's pointing out, what you could get is a full spectrum of fires that may or may not follow a power law distribution, depending on where they're located. I guess we're talking about, and just to put a finer point on it, is we're only talking about utility caused ignitions, and we're only talking about utility caused ignitions on the higher end of the spectrum that likely occurred during that winter wind-driven event. So our outcomes as a utility caused ignition sort of preventative measure may look a little different than trying to prevent all wildfires, irrespective of whether or not they're utility caused. So that's where the challenge comes in.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
I will say, just in response to that quickly, if you look at the white paper that I put out, I did do a survey of utility attributed fires versus non-utility attributed fires, and was actually surprised at how similar the scaling behavior was with regard to power laws. Utility ignited power fires seem to also follow a power law with about the same slope, which actually I was surprised at. I was expecting it to be a even more a shallower distribution because of the wind dependencies, but it wasn't. But that's something that can be further discussed and investigated, because we're looking at, as you said, we're looking at utility fires, and that's and those that are more likely to be wind driven than fuel driven.
So Dr. Mitchell, did you normalize for wind conditions or weather conditions for utility fires?
No.
Okay.
Non-utility fires. I did do I think for SCE, you can look at our WMP analysis as well. For Southern California Edison, I dug into their fires and the weather conditions. Also for PG&E, actually, if you look at our WMP results, for both PG&E and SCE, we saw definite wind correlations with large utility fires. So we do have some evidence on that. And I think PG&E did a parallel analysis using forecast data. We used measured data, and pretty much we came up with the same results that PG&E did.
Yeah, Dr. Mitchell. So are you referring to slide 10 of your document?
I would have to go. I don't have it. I would have to go pull it up.
Yeah, there's a document entitled Power Line Failures and Catastrophic Wildfires Under Extreme Weather Conditions. So
yeah,
we've tried to duplicate some of this data, but if you look at the scaling function at the bottom, it goes up to 113 kilometers per hour, which I don't know if we've actually experienced that. So we may have to have some discussions about.
Oh, okay, we're talking about the outage. Okay, outages.
Yeah.
Yes, I have not tried the outage, and I realize that you say you were not able to reproduce the outage data. I haven't tried running that analysis yet. I haven't had time. So, but it's on my list of things to do for SCE. But it's
okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So if we are to if we are to determine the variables or identify the variables that would impact which functions would have the best fit to test or do some sensitivity analysis, I think we would really value the feedback from the SMEs here on this issue, because it seems to me, I'm sorry, I forgot, the gentleman from Edison pointed out to some of these factors. And it would be nice to understand clearly which variables we would like to test through some sensitivity analysis.
Hi, this is Brian Landry from Edison. So yeah, I mean, I think you have a good point. You know, we would like to make sure that we're looking at sort of outages under different wind scenarios, which is really important to us, especially in Southern California. And they would also look at different levels of FPI, which is our fire potential index. So that's why we really have a concern about just full-heartedly taking on, you know, a parallel distribution where we don't know that those are the types of fires that we're trying to prevent in all cases.
Yeah, and I think in our proposal that we made in the white paper, we recommended breaking into tranches, the risk into tranches based on weather severity. That would be FPI and wind speeds. And each of these may have a different relationship with regard to the expected fire sizes. And it also, you know, you can also, you know, differentiate circuits in the utility service areas with regard to their resiliency at those various tranches. You could have some that are, you know, good up to 56 miles per hour. You could have some that are good from 56 to 65 miles per hour and some FPI. And those could have specifically different risk profiles and different mitigation profiles.
So that goes back to the question of the capping, setting the cap or the limitations. and maybe if we can work out like some resolution, it shouldn't be the fit. I don't want to say it's going to be the fit, but maybe it is something in between that we can recommend for exploring the MAVF approach. But so there is one extreme is like you wanted to ask the utilities to basically try MAVF power law, and if they don't, they need to explain why. And there is something in between where we can ask some sensitivity analysis using power laws, but addressing that issue of capping and limitations, in addition to the these variables that we would like to at least identify for sensitivity analysis.
Sorry, real quick, this is Chris Vias with Edison. I appreciate your thoughts, and I wonder if maybe we could have something to come to resolution on this, maybe some sort of a staff proposal that indicates that staff feels that this approach that Dr. Mitchell has presented has promise, and also notes have not been tested in in the normal way before the CPUC through proceedings, testimony under oath, etc. And I wonder if we could just have something like that the parties can then say, okay, we can agree that staff feels it's promising, and we can agree to talk further about it. I'd be happy to even suggest some language if the stakeholders want, but I would just like to see if there's some way to. I hear what you're saying, Ayat, that if there's a way to sort of bridge the divergent views and just have some language that maybe could be agreed upon.
Yeah, I think that what is important here is how do the utilities risk modeling with regard to wildfire treat the high loss domain? And is that equivalent to what you would see from a power law distribution? And if not, what is that what is the source of that divergence? I mean,
Dr. Mitchell, this is Eric Wetcher. Just to ask, doesn't it seem appropriate to ask the utilities what their objective functions are that they're using in a comparative way, so we can better understand as a stakeholder? UCAN is certainly interested in Dr. Landry's view, for example, on this from Edison, what objective functions they're using.
Yes, yeah, I think that's fine. I think just as a benchmark, how does that compare to a power law distribution or a truncated power law distribution in that domain of high loss events? And I think rather than, I think I'd be fine with not saying, oh, you show why you're not using a power law, but show what you're doing as a benchmark. How does that compare to a power law in the high loss domain? I think that would get to the same point if that's a little less controversial.
I guess an exercise, and I'm not saying we should do this, just the idea, thinking out loud. Why aren't we able to do some simulations in between now and phase 2, between the different functions that the utilities are using for this high loss domain for wildfires, so that the commission, stakeholders kind of have something to look at and compare, and understand the implications from the different modeling approaches.
This is Chris. Just to jump in real quick, I think if I understand it correctly, I think what you had suggested just a short time ago was to conduct an analysis with the power law distribution, and then also the utilities also conduct, I mean, they would conduct that power law analysis and also the other alternatives that they're suggesting. And then that information could be brought forward, and then everyone will have that information available to understand the differences. And if I understood it right, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think one of the key things that my understanding of the power law distribution is that it may capture worst case events that otherwise, if utility were just looking at historical data, it may underestimate the risk. And by using the power law distribution, it may do it more accurately estimate the risk. And in these conditions of worsening wildfire event, it makes sense to me that comparison be available to be able to review and assess and have that information. So I just was going to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. It's just an exercise, and I don't care if it's it's just an exercise, pure mathematical exercise, to understand what is where are the variables that we should worry about or identify and continue testing to improve on the method. But this is something like everyone needs to be okay with. Like it has to come from you that you really would like to come up with the solution, right? Like especially utilities, you'd like to test and have this technical working group as a forum to discuss the different results. So this is not something like someone could tell you have to do this. It's something that you have to consent on as a group. Like we really would like to come to an agreement and understanding what is the best way or method to use to model this extreme events.
This is Eric Wojcik, just to throw out one idea of concern, and that is that as Dr. Mitchell has said, basically the high end loss scenario is a matter of degree, and we might just want to be careful as to what scenarios we're using to in essence give ourselves reference points.
Sure, sounds good.
I mean, just a consideration. I understand, the approach they're taking, but do want to be mindful that, everybody, IOUs, we do have a lot going on our plates. And so, I think it's a matter of, where this group wants to set the priorities, because we honestly, we do. I'm sure Edison and Sempra have will agree with me, I should say, but yeah, there's a lot going on.
This is Chris Villas with Edison, and I sort of made the point earlier about some suggested language, but it seems to me right now that there's a kind of asymmetry here, where the power law approach is being granted every possible benefit of the doubt. That despite its untested nature, the idea is it forms the, if you will, as Russell Archer, my colleague, said, it forms the default, and the utility must explain, why did I depart from the default, even if I'm departing from it with a methodology that has been explored and tested, including by the CPUC and specific arms of the CPUC, among others. And it just, these showings are complicated enough, and to bog it down with a showing of why did I not use an approach that was never subject to even cross-exam, for example, or normal evidentiary type basis and development. I just feel like the utility approach, even one tested by the commission, is giving no benefit of the doubt. And the power law distribution, which has been presented in the form of a white paper and a slide presentation, is being given every possible benefit of the doubt.
This is Chris, if I could jump in as well. So I hear what you're saying, Chris, and I understand. And I don't know that from my point of view, it's not like one is being given priority over another. However, the power law, from what I've gleaned from these meetings, is that power law is a really good approach to consider for this. And so I think it kind of rises to a level of like, yeah, we should really try to see how that what the analysis comes from that. And so I think of it as like, I think it would be really valuable to have that analysis performed. And I understand what Vincent was saying. And also, I'm not saying, if I understood the what Ayat was saying earlier, it was like, it's not saying that maybe it's not necessary to say that it has to be justified or whatever. It's like maybe just asking for that analysis to be provided, to be able to compare, and maybe the utility would compare it. But and then one thing, I know Vincent said that you know, with everything else going on, and I completely believe that, because I think I see you in all these meetings, Vincent. I mean, you're doing all these different things, but I do think that this one element, this a risk assessment of wildfire is at the top of the list. I mean, it seems like this is the one that's going to really impact a lot of us for a long time. So in my own mind, it seems like, yeah, this one probably rises to the top, and having this information sooner than later would just really be educational, I think, for other parties and the utilities, the other utilities, and the staff and everything. So if there's a way to make it work, I think it would be really valuable to get that information.
Well said, Chris, because this is what I was trying to say. It's like an educational exercise for everyone. But I also hear you about how much is on our plates, all of us, and especially PG&E with its upcoming GRC, Sempro's upcoming ramp, and so there's a lot going on. But we can definitely. Again, this is something that all of you as a team would like to take on as an educational exercise to figure out what is the appropriate approach for this specific topic, right? We don't want to end up saying, oh, you must use this if the alternative fixes the problem, right? So if Edison, for example, is using a different approach, and it's legit and provide the best results or estimates, then we would like to hear from Edison. And I think Edison is gonna file its ramp next year. So this is something that we might wanna explore before your filing of RAM, you know, and not wait a full year for it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you know, maybe these issues warrant some further discussion and exploration. I just come back to the thing is if the utility, if we say, well, we're not dictating, but the idea is anything the utility chooses, it must explain why it chose that. But if it chooses power law, it doesn't have to provide any explanation. That in itself is an implicit sort of bias towards the power law approach. And the utility has the burden of proof and should be allowed to present in the way that it sees fit in our ramp showing. And parties can ask us data requests, parties can criticize us, parties can say this is deficient or that is deficient. But I think if one says, power law is elevated above all else, that no matter what you do, if you depart from power law, you must explain it. Or alternatively, that no matter what you do, no matter if it has been rigorously tested by the CPUC and its wildfire and safety arms, you must give me a comparison with power law, even though we have not tested or examined power law in any proceeding. That seems to me to be an implicit bias towards the power law, where it's elevating it above other things, including approaches the utilities may have taken that have been vetted fully.
Chris, this is Dr. Wojcik. I'll just tell you that I've heard you make the argument now at least 5 times, and I think we should go on.
Okay, fair enough.
So Steve and Arnold, do you have any follow-up questions?
2 items. One is a technical question for Vince and Dr. Mitchell, but the other one I want to briefly touch on what Chris just said. You have concerns over the due process and apparent bias. You actually made valid points there, but the practical effect of this, all of this, is if you present something else in a RAM, the chances are on staff level and also from the perspective of interveners, we may very well end up asking you to do a data request, to do a data request, a data response to address the very same issues that we are asking you to do in the staff proposal anyway. From a practical point of view, it's really not much of a difference.
Yeah, and I second Steve. I think the idea here is to resolve these questions, especially the technical questions, early on, so we don't have to face it when, you know, in the middle of RAM. And so to the extent that we can clear up some of these issues and you know, find the best fit approach, and we can definitely, I heard you, Chris, but we can definitely, you know, work on the language. But it's not the idea. At the end of the day, we would like to see a comparative analysis of the different functions that could be used to model this extreme event.
Okay,
so,
second question.
Yeah, I'll give it to Steve back. Sorry.
Okay, second question I have is a technical question that I want to circle back to what the earlier Mr. Landry said on whether we should do, why we should do expected value simulation, why we should do simulation when you can calculate the expected value. A question for Vince is if you do a simulation, and also for Dr. Mitchell, question for Dr. Mitchell, if you do a simulation of a power law function, non-truncated power law function that has an infinite mean, non-converging mean, and if you do a simulation of a 10,000 simulations versus 20,000 simulations, does the 20,000 simulation probably going to end up having a larger simulated mean than one that's based on 10,000?
No, completely undefined. Don't know. Could be either way.
Yeah, but statistically, it's more likely to be a larger mean than the more events you run, it moves the mean out over time. With basically with an infinite number of events, your mean goes to infinity. So yeah, you could have a statistical fluctuation where it's bigger for the 10,000 than the 20,000, but it'll all wash out over time, and it should be larger the more events you have.
I don't know about that, but I think we can agree that, you know, if we would take it, if we take 10,000 trials and you ran it, 10,000 trials and I ran it, you'll get nothing that converges. And I think that's crucial, right? Because that means it's hard to reproduce the results, right? You know, so just by changing the Monte Carlo seed or whatever, you can get completely, and that shouldn't be the way things work.
So it seems like the way to address this is to have a more realistic model, which is based on one that's a truncated model, because that's a physically realistic model. And that way you get away from the non-converging mean problem.
I think so.
Yeah, agree. So I have I wanted to hear your thoughts, Ayat, and still, like, you know, given the feedback you're hearing, is something like you would consider, for example, in your recommendation, is it something like, you know, having the TWG come up with a schedule on how to resolve, do the studies that you're thinking of. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that the ultimate, the staff recommended that we continue this discussion on phase 2. The issue, the hang up right now is that language, whether utilities to test or, use this parallel function. And one way to deal with this and to help everyone come up to agreement is to do different scenarios, testing of different approaches, and figuring out what makes sense, what fits this special extreme event and wildfires and stuff. But given the schedule, you have the GRC and we have Semper's ramp, and I don't know what works for you all in terms of schedule. Does it take a long time to run these simulations for testing, like academic exercise?
The last time we worked on a proposal, it wasn't even quantitative. It took me a long time to do it. So, I'm hesitant to put a timeline on it. And I think we just, if we go this route, I think one of the things is that, we're just saying that we would like to have some input into what kind of schedule we come up with.
Also,
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think in order to be efficient too, I think we, the methodology is something that we would want to discuss. I mean, the question of, do we do the beginning to end risk analysis with a different model, and then that's compared to the beginning to the end risk analysis with another model, which is, fairly time and effort intensive, or is there some way to compare in a certain region and see if there's quantitative benchmarking and comparisons that can be done that would be less intrusive? I'd certainly be open to that. As I said, it's not really about power law. It's about how are you treating the extreme end of the distribution, and how can we tell whether that's being done in a way that's physically reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, a bit. Going back to a little bit, want to clarify a little bit what I was saying was basically, I think what we'll be open at is, if we have, discussion, which we've done in previous TWG discussions, which is laying out how we, the TWG, sees the schedules for all of the things that we have going on, PSPS, power distribution.
Oh, yeah.
Establishing that in the future session is something I think that we can do.
Yeah, we'll talk about the schedule at the end of this meeting. What time is it?
Okay.
1:30?
Yeah, this is at 1:40. It would probably be time for you to give your summary back to the group on part 3.
Can I just make one quick suggestion too? I know that SDG&E really hasn't jumped in on this, but the ramp is coming up, and I know they're using a gamma function rather than a power law distribution. We'll probably be digging into that as part of the ramp. So I think we'll be getting some feedback on how to, compare these things going forward, and there'll be some back and forth between interveners and SDG&E, as that could be very educational to this process.
Thank you. Yeah, with respect to, do you want to talk about the schedule now, and then come up with, and then talk about what we should do at this item here? Or how would you like to do that?
I think it's up to you, Ayad, if you're asking me.
Yeah, I think Vincent and others want to get to the schedule as well. So let's recap from the morning. We have identified at least 2 things that we need to do in the interim. One is the foundational elements, and that seems from what Katie have said is basically
I don't mean to interrupt, but we have one more part after this.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if you're talking about foundational elements in relation to part 3.
No, we're talking about the schedule because Vincent
Oh.
wanted to know like what we should do for the upcoming schedule. Maybe that will determine how we can deal with this MABF issue. So is Katie here or did she? She's not here. I can't see her. Sorry.
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Katie. Okay. Sorry, you had a proposal of like some sort of guidelines for how to characterize foundational elements.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just one proposal. I think in general, my thought process was the first step would be comparing what each of the utilities view as foundational, identifying commonalities between them, differences, whether we as interveners and CPU staff, agree that that's foundational rather than something a little more.
Okay.
And so I was just, I was saying that, from that data gathering, we can probably start to identify criteria or common characteristics that could be used to establish a definition of, or not a definition, because I think the definition you have is good, but identify the
characteristics
that are actually foundational. And
yeah. So yeah, this we said about the schedule for this item is that we'll try to approach the ALJ with a suggestion that if we can get something to her maybe prior to the PD, and then that could make it to the PD on August 6th. That is to be issued on August 6th. So maybe during the June timeframe or so, early June, we can address this topic. And I just want to see if this is okay with everyone. It seems to me that is something that we can slip into the phase 1 and we don't have to wait till phase 2 on this.
I mean, from my perspective, I think that, yeah, I think we could do that. But I also think my perspective is probably the lesser important one than the utility's ability to provide the baseline data, or categorizations from us to work with. So I would defer to them.
As you know, we have a GRC filing, so the June deadline quite hard for us to deal with at this point.
Sure. When is it going to be filed? The date, I mean?
30th.
June 30th. Okay. So do you think we should reconvene after June? That would be better?
Yeah.
So is that okay with everyone else? If we are to do a TWG specific to foundational elements after first week of July or so?
SCB would be amenable to a further TWG.
I will not be available the second, maybe it's the first full week of July. Whatever the week is.
July 4th. I forgot about July 4th.
Yeah, the week after July 4th, I will not be available.
Okay. Before July 4th, you'll be, is that something?
Yes. So like July 1st and 2nd, yes, but I will have my child here too. The following week, I will not be available.
Okay. And Edison and Sempra?
That works for Sempra.
Okay. And Cal Advocates and MGRA and interveners?
Sure,
Okay.
for Cal Advocates.
Okay, we'll try to, we might contact you in the middle just to come up with some scope questions between now and July. So that's one. The second one that has been identified as very important, yet we have issues with the schedule, and we all agreed that it's going to be good to wait till phase 2 is the PSPS topic, but yet some people wanted to continue the discussion, and given the schedule, it seems to me that this is not going to happen until like mid-July or something. I don't know.
This is Russell Archer. That timing's fine with us.
So, and this is Chris. So actually, I think before we talked about that beginning in June, and I know that
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if PSPS could begin in June, even if it's just kind of like, I think there's a lot of stuff that could just be discussed about, you know, the scope and the things that are coming up, and so that kind of information could start to be identified and discussed, and then and it's probably going to take time to even get that stuff you know, put into place. So I think if it could be in June, I think that would be of a great value, just because I think PSPS is just, I just think it's a really important item. So the sooner the better.
Okay, so we have mid-July to beginning of June. There's a big time span, so we really need to figure out. I mean, the issue is that there are so many overlapping issues, proceedings going on at the same time during June, including ramp and other stuff. So
maybe for the purpose of getting questions about PSPS formulated and so forth. I mean, perhaps we could just do that as like integrated into our ramp activities, like because we're going to be evaluating SEMPRA's ramp, which will include the quantification of consequences and risks associated with PSPS, and so maybe just working around the actual problem as we're doing it, because I know Chris, your team is going to be looking at that too. So maybe we can sort of just try and get some can't think of a better word, so I'll just say synergy out of other work we're doing, concurrently, with an eye towards developing, and then eventually answering questions for the SMAP proceedings.
I would say I agree that the ramp coming up, and then will be, that will probably be a really important topic to learn from with the filing there. There'll probably be a lot of good information that I think even in the proposal, it mentions that specifically, learning from that ramp application. I think there's going to be a lot of really good, useful information in there. The only thing I'd be hesitant about would be so normally the ramp, like if I look back at the PG&E ramp, the beginning was meeting together to talk about different subjects, and then in that case, PSPS was one of the items in there, and it was focused around specifically around PG&E, and I think of the TWG for PSPS to look beyond what the utility is putting in its application, and to look at the broader suite of data that's out there and studies, and also identifying that data and studies to start pulling that in. And so my only hesitation would be to, if it could be its own meeting, it could be its own TWG, it could certainly be informed by that ramp, but if it could be its own separate TWG.
Okay, so what we can do, so we started by beginning of June, and then we ended up with mid-July, and there is a workshop, and I don't know if Fred is here, but there is a workshop, post-ramp workshop.
There's a, this is Fred Haynes. There is a
proposed ramp filing workshop, which we are expecting to announce will be scheduled about the middle of June, about June 5th. So that will be a major event in the life of RASA coming up in June.
So maybe like the third week of June, we can reconvene a small group for PSPS and just like start to rehash the topics and what should we have in scope and whatnot, what questions we have.
Yes, that works.
That works for you, Ken. Thanks.
PG&E and Sempra. Oh, PG&E will hate me. They have jersey. No, yeah. Vincent.
I think you put the words in my mouth, so.
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one for PG&E. Okay, we'll toy between second and beginning of third week of June and try to make it brief and concise. Right, Vincent?
Okay.
We'll make it a 2 hour, 3 hour thing. So
Okay. It'll be 5.5 hours instead of 6.
Yeah. All right. We'll look into dates in there. So now come back to your question about MABF and the testing approaches. And given the timeline, I just would like to hear from utilities. What do you think if we are to go down that route of identify the approach that might work or alternative to that approach, and if we are to go do some testing, what would be the time frame for that? I mean, the scope Dr. Mitchell mentioned, we don't need to do a full-on risk assessment, more so a testing of if this would fit the particular what is the word that could that we kept choosing here? Sorry, phasing out.
Losses or
Partial loss, yeah, large losses. Okay.
This is Ken from PG&E. Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if maybe when we're talking about schedule, you could give us the end of the week to email you. I think we just have today and a little bit of tomorrow to think about it. I think people can give you our thoughts.
Yeah.
Or at least I think that's how you would like to proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that sounds good. I think that would be better for us to reconvene and talk about it as a team, like what the team would like to see specifically. I'm just looking at schedule right now, not even looking at the scope of what there are many ideas around here. Okay, so on the RDF stuff, sorry, who was talking earlier? I just want to note the name. About
That was Ken Arnold. That was Ken Arnold from PG&E.
Oh, okay, Ken. Okay. Okay, Ken. So by end of the week, can you reach out to the utilities, Ken? Can we ask you that?
Yeah, and end of the week I think is tomorrow. But I think that's fine. Yeah. It's
okay,
Thursday,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
What day is it? Yeah, no, I'd be more than I think we will email you directly, just kind of what our thoughts are, and you can take that however you want to.
That would be great. Thank you so much. Okay, Shayla, I think we're good. No, sorry, we went off track for a bit.
No, it's okay. And we're still pretty aligned with the time, especially because we saved a half an hour in the earlier sessions. But if you're completed with the consensus, non-consensus items and scheduling, we can move. Oh, actually, we have a break. So we can go on break for 10 minutes right now and then come back for part 4.
Oh, okay.
So
that's great.
Yeah, so let's head back, get 10 minutes. So head back at 2:02. Does that sound good?
Great. Thank you, Shayla.
See you all in 10 minutes. All right, it's 2:02. Hopefully everyone is back. We have our last part 4, the climate change impact section, and I believe I will be leading this portion. I'm not sure if she's back yet, so we'll wait a couple minutes. Hi, just checking to see if you're back.
Hi.
Perfect. Okay, we can go right into our last portion, which is part 4, the treatment of climate change impacts in the RDF proceeding.
Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this topic, we're thinking of starting this conversation. The IUs are already addressing some of the climate impacts, climate risks in their ramp, but there is a scoping memo issue. F was asking if there are other related clarification as needed, and we thought that we bring this topic under that scoping memo issue. So phase 2 of the scoping memo basically outlined that phase 2 of this proceeding would be used to refine the RDF adopted in Decision 18-12-014, including incorporating uncertainties related to climate change risk drivers. And the rulemaking, there is a current rulemaking in the Commission also addressing climate change adaptation into the IU's existing planning and procurement processes to ensure the safety and reliability of utility operations. Under that rulemaking, there is a decision 1910-054 directing IUs to apply specific data guidance to all climate impacts, climate risks, and climate vulnerability analysis with respect to their infrastructure and operations and customer impacts. Next slide, please. Current studies, we have included those references both in the our staff memo and in this slide as well. There are some studies that have been conducted in California specifically, which with some findings that stress out the issues or the impacts of climate change, specifically for the most vulnerable populations. And it identifies energy system in California as vulnerable to climate change. And we need really, we need to make a lot of dramatic changes in the near and foreseeable future to achieve the state greenhouse gas emission goals. Next slide, please. So these studies show that with almost high level of confidence to medium level of confidence, there are climate impacts in California specifically are warming temperature, rising sea levels, declining snowpacks, increasing intensity of heavy precipitations, and frequency of drought, and also wildfire, as we all know. So some of the climate change potential risks, as we know, are health and safety, and that reflects on morbidity and mortality rates for humans, risks from different risks for humans in general. There go from direct to indirect displacement of residents to economic impacts, all wide range of impacts. And then we have damage to the energy infrastructure, and we outlined in the memo some of those impacts, as well as the performance of energy delivery system because of the change in demand due to the change in temperatures. So there are so many impacts and risks that are already identified through research and studies that we might want to take a closer look at that and figure out how best to address those risks, specifically under the RDF proceeding in terms of how we can quantify the risk drivers associated with those climate change impacts, how we can incorporate the uncertainties, and estimate the potential risk reductions that could result from implementing mitigation measures and activities. So that was our recommendation, and we'll open up next to hear from the TWG members. Thanks.
Thank you, Ayad. I don't know if anyone wants to jump in with immediate questions, but if not, we could turn it over to the group who'd like to present.
Okay, perfect. I'm an analyst, Cal Advocates. I'll be presenting on the joint interveners' views on the staff proposal. As you can see, our first slide summarizes the staff proposal. We've already done that, so I think we can go ahead and move to the next one. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, so basically, I mean, us as the joint interveners, we really basically support the staff proposal. We really think that climate change needs to be a top priority in terms of the RDF, chiefly because it affects pretty much every major ramp risk. I mean, wildfire, as we know, but also things like dam flooding, pipeline corrosion, other pretty much anything that's driven by weather or climate related risk drivers. And so this really is something that needs to be addressed. We support the development of an explicit framework for addressing climate change driven risks per your recommendation. And really what that looks like for us is basically we need to be looking at forward-looking projections. We can't just be relying on past historical data. We need something that assumes the worst is yet to come, because pretty much every climate projection tells us that is objectively the case. Really that's what we'd be driving at, aiming at here, and we support the development of a framework to address that. And really our last bullet is just that whatever work is done in the RDF proceeding on climate change should coordinate with existing and ongoing commission work on climate change, including the rulemaking that I previously mentioned, as well as other work that's being done on this topic. And we think there's a lot of great work that's going on, and we would like to see all this be done in concert. I mean, really the goal here should be the integrated planning on the part of the utilities that takes into account account climate change, and we think this would be the best way to do that. And I think that's all we have.
Thank you, Miles. Does anyone have any follow-up questions for Miles or Ayat? Or comments in general?
Hi, this is Eric Wojcik of UCAN. Just to raise something that I think will not be received very well, maybe by the gas providing utilities, but I think UCAN would like to ask that the following be considered. A simple measure of how much gas burn do the utilities expect to create on an annual basis going forward. A determination of, a forecast of how much GHG they expect to result from the gas burn that's ongoing and will be ongoing in the short-term future, and a forecast of the CH4, the methane that is emitted and lost into the atmosphere from the gas burn that's really the sales of the gas utilities, respectively, following that same scheme of annual projections. And I would just say we could be just 10 years out. Those simple measures have not really been defined with clarity, I believe, and should be indicators, and are indicators, whether they should be or not, of the pending and ongoing climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wojcik. Sorry if I didn't say your name correctly, but there is a whole proceeding on cap and trade and how utilities are accounting. There's actual biannual filings and under ERA with specific chapters for how utilities are complying with cap and trade regulations, and there are accounting for all GHG emissions, including forecasts. There is one ERA every year, it's biannual. Every year there is a forecast for next year, and the year after there is a compliance filing that basically they calculate how much emissions are released from their operations and delivery of electric and gas energy. And so all of this stuff is already accounted for, and there are plenty of information on how much emissions are released from utilities operations and delivery. As well as they need to show how they're complying with cap and trade. And so all of that stuff is accounted for. There are many proceedings that take care of that. I hope that answers part of your question.
Well, I do know about those proceedings. I expected that someone would respond by saying exactly what you said, and I thank you for those clarifications. But I would suggest that in this RDF process, those three simple metrics, the actual GHG burn, gas burn, the actual GHG emissions, and the actual CH4 emissions are not simple metrics that should be used to reflect the risk in this risk-based process. So the simplest thing is, if those are available exactly as you say, and I'm afraid that they're not actually, they're in different forms. If those could be imported into this process, that would seem to be a very simple thing to do. If they're already being litigated, which has been the subject of our previous discussions today, then all the better that they shouldn't be controversial. But I think they should be used as indicators, as metrics, and be defined clearly and considered in this process, because they're not considered in terms of risks and rate making in those other proceedings. This is the risk and rate making proceeding.
Okay, so your feedback is you would like to incorporate the gas burned and methane and GHG emissions into the RDF.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's basically under the scope of what we're proposing.
Yeah, this is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I would agree with what both of you just said, because it really can impact, when you consider the greenhouse gas emissions, not just of utility operations, but of different proposed mitigation measures. You can really make different decisions about which mitigation measures or risk reduction measures you want to go forward with based on the impact on climate change. So a crude example, which is, I know, very nuanced, but I'm just giving this as an example. You could stop all wildfires from vegetation by eliminating all vegetation, but we know that forests are a really important carbon sink that helps climate change, and that we want to be planting more trees, not cutting them down. So that's an example of ways that we could, if we're blind to climate change impacts in this proceeding, we could make them worse. And so I think it's a really important conversation to have.
Thank you.
Cal Advocates agrees with that too. We would support that. So.
Yes, seconded.
Is there any other feedback or questions? Part 4?
Yeah. Hi, this is Fred Haynes from RASA. We support the idea of incorporating climate change and consider the climate impacts, greenhouse gases, very important. My concern that is in the context of our current ramp design, you may recall that a risk does not enter into the list of ramp risks until it's achieved a certain level of a safety score. And I think we would find that under our current design, consideration of, say, methane emissions from gas company operations would not rise to a safety impact level equivalent to the kinds of risks that are currently being brought forward in ramps. So I think this idea would require a great deal of sifting of how the whole ramp prioritization of what is a ramp risk is. And I don't think it's as simple a matter as just saying, oh, let's include these things. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Fred. That's really a good point.
Miles from Cal Advocates. I'll just throw this out there. I appreciate what you say, your point, and I think that that's certainly something that could be explored or heard if necessary. I mean, and something like greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, as I mentioned before, it's like I mean, it's a risk unto itself. I mean, it's a risk that drives other risks. So like it's like something like, so like something like increased wildfire. I mean, it's pretty much been, I mean, increased greenhouse gas emissions have been driving increased wildfire, fire, and that applies to pretty much every other climate-driven risk as well. And so I think in terms of developing a framework for addressing these risks, you'd almost want to quantify how climate change is making them worse. And so I'm not. I mean, I just wanted to throw that out there and note there that I mean, it's a driver of these risks, and I'm not sure that there should be some way of working this out.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I just want to say the other flip the coin is we can chase, which is a very big big task to do, chase how we can quantify risks from climate change. But there are already existing research, plenty of existing research and findings specific to California that outline those risks. And we probably need to focus on the mitigation of the impacts, mitigation of the climate change impacts on the infrastructure. I mean, these studies have went into the point of identifying where specifically certain infrastructure for gas and electric are in great danger or are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So we can do all the modeling to figure out how all this how to quantify risks and whatnot, but then we would lose the main point here is that what do we need to do to mitigate the impacts that already are identified.
This is Melinda Dickinson again. I think that there's scientific consensus that the main thing that we need to do is reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That is the #1 priority. And so while I understand the bigger picture and the need to also adapt, and I don't use that in the way that has been defined in the decision. I just use it in its general sense. We also need to adapt, but we need to be focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we cannot lose sight of that, because if we do, then any adaptation that we undergo is just going to be a waste of money, because climate change, depending on how much greenhouse gas emissions we emit, the impacts get worse. So we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the same time as we're planning ahead. They're very much, they go together. So we can't, I really can't stress enough that we cannot lose sight of the greenhouse gas emission reduction benefits to mitigation measures and, the emissions caused by the utilities.
Thank you.
This is Chris. So I would just throw out there, I think what I heard you reference was mitigations. And so I could actually envision, if the focus of this effort is on driving mitigations, I think that has a lot of value. And actually I could see it in almost two kind of different scenarios. So one is in reducing emissions, because just as an example, I got to go to a gas compressor plant as when the commission was developing, I think, tools for assessing methane leaks. And then I remember we got to go see it, and it was kind of like a demonstration of like new technology, how new technology could be used to identify leaks at this gas compressor station. And one thing I'll just share is that you know, as we were looking at the technology, we were focused on the vendor for that. I was smelling gas. I wandered around and I found like, you know, I was trying to figure it out. And then I was like, oh, it's over in this part of the area that we weren't looking at it with this special video technology to try to see leaks. But I could smell it and it was hissing even. And then they came back over there. And I don't even know that the new technology would capture that leak. So I think that the thing is that capturing the source or the gas that's being emitted and leaked from all of the infrastructure, I think is really important to understand sort of like the source of it, because then there could be mitigations to really make sure that leaks are detected adequately, that leaks are addressed in a timely manner. So I think of it like there's mitigations that can come out of that assessment of the leaks and the sources that can then be an outcome of this. And then on the other side of the coin, in terms of like, well, what should be done to the infrastructure to protect it from the effects of climate change, it makes me think of the Texas freeze, where, and that was not necessarily, I mean, I think that some might tie that to climate change as well, although it's not the heat that we're focused on. But I think that there was a lot of outcome of that was the infrastructure wasn't protected from the cold weather like they are perhaps in states that are northern of Texas. So that such a climatic event as a freeze was causing all kinds of damage to power plants. I mean, they had an extended outage, which, you know, I think people lost their lives. But there could be mitigations that come out of that analysis, which has to do with, okay, climate change is forecast, it's happening. How should the infrastructure be protected, or what mitigations can be put in place to, now that we know that's happening, how can we protect the infrastructure? So in terms of mitigations, I think that's the outcome that a lot of this can drive. And I can imagine mitigations that will reduce emissions and also mitigations that will protect the infrastructure. So if both of those were possible, I think that there would be value out of it. I mean, a lot, if that could be, you know, somehow assessed or part of the proposal or whatever, or what are the outcomes, I think there would be value in that.
And I'll just jump in real quick. I think that there are some mitigations that would fit both categories and ideally should.
This is Eric Wojcik. Thank you for those comments. I just think that if we were to try to simplify some of this, it may help a lot, because I don't see anybody doing that in the policy arena, and I'm all over the policy arena trying to be in California and other places. And the simple idea is that, and basically, Chris, you explained it in the context of gas compression. How do we just get the losses down? What are the losses? What's the methane loss? And then there's other policies, like we say we want electrification. That's a policy arguably of, well, I guess it's pretty clear in California. But how much electrification, why, when, why not more? What's the metric? Well, the metric is how much gas we're burning. If we can reduce the amount of gas we're burning and electrify and get more efficiency and lower costs, well, that's like the triple win. So we should focus on those things. Anyway, thank you for the comments, and I think there's potentially an avenue here.
Chris, Dr. Wojcik, I hear your comments on this topic, but just at the back of my mind, I'm kind of wondering what the overlap is between what the California ARB does, who regulates greenhouse gas emissions, and our efforts here, right? How do you envision, or how should we envision working with ARB? who measures, for example, like Ayat referred to, they measure greenhouse gas emissions from our compressor stations, so on and so forth. And so I'm just trying to think about what that looks like.
Yeah, Vincent, thank you. This Eric. I don't see. To me, it's again we discussed this in a different way today. But there's compliance, and then there's risk, and sometimes those are joined. But I don't think we necessarily want to touch or have to be involved in ways that the ERB works to try to get compliance. I think we should be defining and trying to explain what the impacts are on risk, and then ultimately what are the investments that the utilities make that are related to those risks. I would suggest that they're probably most of the time within an ambit that has nothing to do with the jurisdiction of the ARB directly. In other words, the ARB isn't concerned with a whole series of other things, but they're mainly emission standards that are compliance related, that relate to vehicles, infrastructure, and buildings.
This is Melinda again from Protect Our Communities. I think that there's that it would be good to have consistency in terms of units that we're using, and so that we're speaking the same language. I think it might even be required. But I also think that any cap or any compliance obligation doesn't mean, and is not intended to say that the utilities must emit up to the cap. There's the gubernatorial policy is we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible, and we have to get to net zero as quickly as possible. So let's figure out what if we can do it more quickly, because the more quickly we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the less catastrophic the environmental impacts will be.
Thanks, Melinda. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and also Dr. Wychuk. There are other proceedings as well at PUC, like the integrated resource planning that works directly with other sister agencies like Carbon Energy Commission, and they're setting GHG goals for future procurement. So we're coming to it with, reducing GHG emissions. The Commission and California in general, they're coming to it from different ways. There's definitely a lot of activities, but within the scope of RAMP, we're talking about the risks of climate impacts. And so there is, I like what Chris has said about how we can use the context of RAMP to potentially reduce GHG from, if we can identify it as a risk within that context in RAMP. So we're not in charge of like figuring out how to reduce GHG in California alone in RAMP, because there are so many other activities ongoing. But to the extent possible, we will align ourselves with existing activities and rulemakings and policies, programs, and identify how we can cost effectively figure a way to address the climate change impacts through mitigation risk framework.
Yeah, thank you. That makes complete sense to me, and it seems like a right focus and direction. Yeah, again, I'm deeply involved, have been deeply involved in the IRPs and in other places. The IRP doesn't consider very easily the use of gas versus electric, for example. And that is an ambit that that the commission would be involved in with the CEC, the CEC, and even CAISO, but CAISO doesn't opine on those things. So I think if we, like you said, stick to basically the objectives of the ramp and talk about the risk. And it's not clear to me how much we were really wanting to push, in essence, a compliance or a greater level of compliance as we are. I mean, one of the things that keeps coming up is what's the indicator light look like? And here again, I think it's just the simple indicator lights may be how much gas burn, how much GHG emission, how much CO2 emission. And then from there, I think things, become quite different under risk considerations. And that's the area I think, as you said, seems most productive. I feel like I'm repeating what you said now. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. This is Chris, and so, I know Vince had asked about how to fit this into the risk analysis, I guess, and I think Fred kind of alluded earlier about like this is kind of going to be a challenge, I would imagine, and I think that's part of what the proposal is about, like trying to figure out a framework to handle this. But if it seems to me like there's a lot of value in this. It might be difficult, but I mean, it seems like that, by coming out of this, then there could be some mitigations, and then the mitigations that come out of the ramp will drive the general rate cases. So it provides a path for things to actually get implemented. There's a lot of data gathering, but to actually address this issue, the ramp drives the general rate case programs, which drives the activities that can then reduce these impacts. So, to me, it makes a lot of sense I can just anticipate it's going to be difficult, but it seems like it's going to be better than without it. So anyway, I agree with what Vince is asking about, but it does seem like there's value in trying to figure that out.
Thank you everyone for your feedback and comments. Does anyone have any last comments or questions before IAC goes over consensus and non-consensus items? Not hearing any. IAC, do you want to start the review of it?
Yeah, if I heard everyone correctly, everyone is in agreement on this topic that we move it to phase 2 for more discussion. Unless you guys have other ideas, maybe we can just move into the summary next steps.
Sorry, just one caveat on this. This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities again. There is in the other working group, there is clean energy metrics that we are encouraged to propose. So to the extent those have to do with climate change, I wouldn't necessarily categorize every single climate change issue as moving over to phase 2, because in that context, that could very easily be a phase 1.
Sure. Yeah, we're looking forward to your comments.
Okay, not hearing anything else, I think we could start reviewing next steps. First, I'd like to thank everyone for the time you took to review our recommendations and to participate in our technical working group meetings. We appreciated all the thoughts that you shared, especially this week. We know it's been really busy because we had another technical working group meeting on Tuesday, and I think most of you were there. So we really appreciate your time. To start going over next steps, could I have George pull up the other slide deck, please? George, are you online?
Oh, hi, Shayla. I apologize. What was that? So sorry.
Could you pull up the other slide deck, please? No problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where are we at right now? So I apologize.
Oh, we're at next steps, but I was hoping we could
okay.
go back
Sorry.
up to the beginning slides. That I think it was maybe the third slide with all the
this
dates
one.
on it. With all the dates
Gotcha.
on it. No problem.
Gotcha.
Right, yes, right
Here,
there. The one up.
This one. Here we go. Apologize, guys.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the track 1 staff recommendations, we're aiming to provide our recommendations to the ALJ, and she will issue a ruling on them towards the end of May. And so you'll have we're going to take all the feedback that we heard today, potentially make some tweaks or edits or changes as we see fit, and then provide them so she can make her ruling at the end of May. And you will have an opportunity to formally comment on the report and have an opportunity for reply comments as well. I don't know, Ayad, if you want to go over, you mentioned a couple dates for technical working groups earlier, so do you want to discuss those really quick, or do you want us to go back and huddle as a team and send an update later?
Yeah, I think we need to go back as a team. I just want to summarize what we initially identified here in terms of the schedule. July 1st and July 2nd, around that time frame, we have a TWG on the foundational elements. And we said we will reach out to the TWG on terms of identifying the questions that needs to be answered in terms of scope on that element. PG&E will follow up with the other IOUs to figure out what date they would like to meet, second or third week of June, for PSPS, starting discussions on PSPS as TWG. And we have the outstanding item is on the MAVF, and what can we do about it, whether now or bunting it, so that issue has not been resolved. So to the extent that the utilities are around and want to touch base on what is the next steps in terms of the MAVF issue and the modeling. That would be good. Like if you guys can each just give us an idea of where we're heading with that item.
Yeah, this is Ken from PG&E, and are you talking about the power law distribution schedule?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think where we landed on that is we were going to take some time offline to discuss and then get back to you.
Okay. And are you also discussing when we can have a TWG on PSPS?
I can certainly incorporate that into the conversation, I guess, but that's not how I interpreted the original request. I think
it might be my mistake. Okay, so So for PSPS, there was a talk about should we do it on the second or third week of June, but because PG&E has a filing for GRC in end of June, we weren't sure what would be a more reasonable time frame. And we have also a workshop on RAM mid-June.
I will do my best to incorporate our thoughts into our reply to you tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. That's all.
Okay, with that, unless anyone has any last minute questions or clarifications, I think we can close out this meeting.
I did want to bring up something. It's a omission on my part. When we had talked about back to the foundational programs, I just wanted to go over something that I read in the proposal from the staff. It's on page 11, and the sentence reads, staff recommends that foundational programs or activities be defined as cross-cutting initiatives that support multiple mitigation programs, but do not directly reduce the consequences or reduce the likelihood of risk events. So if we decide to, if we decide to go with this definition, I think one recommendation on PG&E side would be to remove the term cross-cutting. That term has like a specific meaning at PG&E, and I think in this context, it's probably redundant. So I think removing it would definitely help with clarity on our side. So that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, that makes sense from you, Kenzie. Thanks. Thanks, Vincent.
Thank you, Vincent. Okay, with that, I hope everyone has a lovely afternoon, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you all. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.